Welcome to International Market Research Day 2025, where we celebrate the power of insight, the elegance of data, and the influence of understanding. Today, we begin a journey to explore how market research fuels social innovation, promotes well-being, and addresses global challenges. From Tokyo to Toronto, from Mumbai to Madrid, insight professionals around the globe are shaping a brighter future. At IMRD 25, we bring together the leading minds in our field to exchange knowledge, spark innovation, and build meaningful connections. Join us as we celebrate the joy and achievements of market research. Together, we'll uncover the needs and preferences of diverse societal segments, develop inclusive, accessible, and beneficial solutions, and showcase the powerful role we have on shaping a smarter, more sustainable world. This year, we introduce a week-long celebration within the festivities, featuring a rich assortment of events, publications, podcasts, guidelines, and papers, because together, we celebrate research. Happy International Market Research Day.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you joining us from around the world. It is my great pleasure and honor to welcome you to International Market Research Day, a global celebration of the people, the passion, and the power behind data, insights, and analytics. Today is more than just a day on the calendar. It is a reminder of the essential role our community plays in helping societies and organizations make smarter decisions rooted in understanding people. From predicting trends to amplifying the voices of consumers, researchers are at the forefront of shaping a better informed world. This year, our theme, Celebrate Market Research, highlights all the positive impacts research has on society, and I couldn't be more proud of the incredible initiatives, stories, and collaborations we are about to showcase. Let's take this opportunity not only to learn and connect, but also to celebrate our shared commitment to ethical, impactful, and forward-thinking research. Thank you for being there. Thank you for the work you do, and let's make this International Market Research Day one to remember. Welcome.
Hello everyone. Research is the power that transforms data into insight and brings clarity to uncertainty and guides meaningful decisions. At the Turkish Researchers Association, TÜAD, we believe this power deserved a global recognition. With that conviction and the support of our international partners, we took the lead in designating May 2nd as the International Market Research Day. What began as a seed of an idea has now blossomed into a global celebration that highlights the importance of research worldwide. Each year it reminds us, behind every sound decision, every creative solution, and every sustainable transformation, there is research. Research summits we organize in Turkey continue to be a strong platform where research, business, and innovation intersect. This year, as we host the 28th edition on May 8th, we proudly celebrate IMRD 25. Happy International Market Research Day to all our community.
I head marketing for IKEA in India. What is really the purpose of insights? It's really to build brands that are meaningful in people's lives. That's why we spend all those hours understanding our consumers to really be able to translate them into crafting these brands that will serve a purpose, solve a problem, satisfy a need, and provide meaning and purpose in people's lives. And what better time than now that we're going through for brands to play that role in showing the way, in leading the way, in giving hope and optimism. Now more than ever we need positivity in the world. Now more than ever we need purpose. Now more than ever we need and hope. And that's really what brands are all about. And what makes brands is the insights community, and that's why for me optimism all the way.
Hi. India has been a peculiar market in many ways for quite some time. It's a large volume market and the industry does more than 10 million interviews every year. It's also a low-cost market, and at the same time the quality of research which gets churned out is exemplary. Before the COVID pandemic, the market did not really change much except for the fact that we shifted from paper interviews to CAPI interviews. But last year's pandemic has been a great game changer. I think firstly a lockdown which went on for 12 weeks made that we had to adopt resilient methodologies much more. So as a result of the pandemic, the market has adopted online, telephonic, and many more other innovative ways of capturing data. I think these are exciting times, and I expect the industry to adopt methodologies like hybrid methodologies or interview-assisted methodologies as new innovations to keep the data collection seamless in the post-pandemic world. So yes, these are exciting times, and I'm excited to be a part of this industry.
These are interesting times to be a part of our field, especially with this whole influx of technology. 10 years back, right, a marketer would have been happy to know what the effectiveness of their marketing investment was, or in ROI terms, or what the price sensitivity of their brand is. Today, that's no longer sufficient. What they need is pretty much a near real-time basis for tracking how well their campaigns are doing, how different channels tend to interplay with one another in order to make a campaign more effective or not. They want to know how to handle competitions, promotions, much more sharply. What is the right discount level, especially with digital, with e-commerce? You want to know what is the right discount level to give at what point of time. And again, these are decisions that you need to track on a continuous basis and has to be powered through technology. But one important thing is the days of giving these kind of insights differently, separately are over. Now the time has come for a truly AI-enabled decision support system, which is complex, which has the complexity to understand that how do you bring all of these different kind of insights together, mimic what a CEO, CFO, CMO is trying to do, and then say, look, given these multiple objectives of top line, bottom line, and so on, this is the best allocation of your resources for your innovation plans, for your go-to-market plans, and so on. So this will make for very interesting times ahead. The gap between consumer insights and technology is going to continue to become that much smaller and make things really interesting.
Innovation is not new to market research. However, what is new is the pace and nature of innovation. The market research industry has become the research tech industry. By Esomar definition, technology-enabled research is 53% of total MR in 2019. Imagine what that number is in 2021 post-COVID. Rapid innovation through platforms, DIY, digital data analytics, social listening, enterprise feedback systems, tech-based behavioral science, large digital panels, these have taken the center stage of innovation in MR. Outstanding innovation happens when we fuse together totally diverse and contrasting concepts, when we converge the greatness of the past and the discovery of the future. New MR is abundant with that. For example, new big data and classical small data fusing together, or the 200-year-old IID principle in probability theory being applied to machine learning. Mainstreaming of tech and analytics is transforming MR to become future ready and at par with other industries. It's a great time for our industry.
India has migrated decisively away from being a supply-side constrained economy to being a consumer demand-driven economy. This transition, of course, happened in the early 1990s. But over these last 25-30 years, we have learned a lot about the changing Indian markets, the changing face of the Indian consumer. The Indian consumer today is a highly diversified lot with a mix of different age groups, each of which are local, different levels of wokeness, different levels of education. Each has got its own voice, a very different voice. Urban India is different from rural India, and small town is different from large towns. So the nature of the Indian consumer is big, and each is differently aspirational. And these aspirations, reflected in their sentiments, determine where the economy will head, what are the turning points in the Indian economy. CMI's Consumer Pyramid Household Survey has been tracking these sentiments very closely on a day-to-day basis. And we have seen how the consumer has behaved in response to the announcement of the demonetization in 2016, the announcement of the GST, and the shock of lockdown in 2020. For example, in April 2020, the Consumer Sentiment Index crashed 54%, and it hasn't recovered from there. While the economy has apparently recovered, the consumer sentiments have not. And we believe till the consumer sentiments don't recover, the recovery is not complete. The turning point hasn't happened. It's very important and it's decisive which way the economy will head. How will consumer demand, how will consumption demand grow in the country, by seeing what is the nature, what is the aspiration of the Indian consumer households. That's very important in determining when a recovery will happen and how robust will it be. Thank you.
There are two types of people who succeed in the advertising business. The first are the kind of people who are innately connected to the consumer. They're constantly looking for clues, for insights, talking to friends, family, everyone they know to figure out what's going to drive this consumer, what's going to make the work connect and be more effective. Invariably, they're the people you remember, the kind that get really famous. The second type are the kind that rely deeply on market research to understand, to get to the insight, to make the work more effective. They do the hard work to get there. Until all of us develop this really strong internal compass, or this third eye, whatever you want to call it, where we get the consumer instinctively, we have to rely on market research. And for that, if you've been part of the industry at any point in the last few decades, I just want to say thank you. You've done this industry, the advertising industry, and your clients a huge service.
Fundamentals of marketing remains the same. We need a deep-rooted consumer insight to be able to succeed in the market. Now, in this changing world, innovations that are based on true consumer insights would have much higher chances of succeeding as against the ones that are based on short-term consumer facts. Technology today enables us to identify actionable insights in a real time and with a much higher precision. In fact, we can not only just know the present needs of the consumers, but also predict the future needs. Now, it is our responsibility to leverage the same and ensure that we use it to serve our consumers better and also grow the business.
I think one of the more interesting ideas in marketing is customer centricity. The classical CMO's job has increasingly come under all kinds of questions on ROI, effectiveness, what do they really deliver. And this is really because there's a huge shift in the paradigm of marketing. Most of us actually still think of marketing from a product-centric sort of starting point, which is really saying find a product and make a product and then find as many customers as you can for the product. Customer centricity kind of reverses that whole process, and in a sense it says how much of each customer's mind, emotions, money, time can I solve for, can I own, can I partake of, and therefore it says share of customer rather than number of customers for a product. What's interesting about this is that this is not something you can deliver as a marketing department or a strategy department. This is a mindset shift, an organizational level shift, because it changes, how you design experiences. It changes how you think about the jobs, that you're solving for in his life or her life. It's the metrics that you sort of start measuring that change. And finally, I think the core of this is really the mindset that says that each and every customer is important. It's no longer about aggregate customers and personas and segments.
Our topic today is brands can be both sustainable and profitable. Though we've put this across as a statement, it's obviously a statement that is open to challenge and open to debate. And we hope that we are able to share with you different points of views on whether this is indeed true or otherwise. So the first set of thoughts and insights that we're looking for our panel to share with us is around whether profitability and sustainability is a contradiction in itself. Is it possible for both to coexist? Or is it true that there's a different point of view that says that it's like two sides of a coin? You can have one, which is profitability, but equally well, you can have sustainability as well. We also will be hearing insights from our panel on what it's like to actually run a business with sustainability at the heart of it, with being on a sustainability journey, having an ambition to reach certain sustainability targets in 2030. And what does this journey look like? What are some of the challenges and roadblocks that have been experienced in getting there or getting started indeed? And also, we were wondering whether the journey that we're on as a nation in India, whether it's a typical journey. Are there differences? Are there any peculiarities of this market? And is there anything we can learn from other markets? Or in fact, we can teach other markets because we're ahead of the curve. So this was really the broad context in which we had asked our panelists to think about what they would like to share. And Nazeeb, if you would be so kind as to kick off.
Thank you so much, Mitali. It's a pleasure to be at this forum of MRSI and also to be with the distinguished panelists, Mr. Narayanan, who we always hear a lot about. My friend Anirban, we haven't met for a long time now, and of course, Jonathan and Rahul. This is a subject very close to our heart, and you'll have to forgive me if we get a bit carried away, because I think we could carry on with this entire session of 1 hour to talk about it, but I'll try and address some of the issues that you raised, Mitali. And as I mentioned to you yesterday, sustainability at ITC is really a very integral part of the corporate strategy. It's not a bolt-on, and we believe that it's really a part of our organizational DNA for all of us. And therefore, the question that you raised right in the beginning, we do not see a conflict between, let's say, shareholder value creation and societal value creation. For us, I mean, the sustainability is about larger stakeholder value creation and what I would call a triple win, the triple win for the economy, for the environment, and a win for the society as well. And this is very important because, as enterprises, we draw very heavily on societal resources. And as enterprises, we are trustees of society as well. And therefore, it's not just a nice thing to do or a need to do. Today, sustainability has become a must do as well. And this is, I think, two critical issues that I would like to point out here, basically for all of us here. And these are the two critical challenges that we face as mankind and across the globe. One is, of course, climate change. That is the elephant in the room. And I think the other one is inequality when we talk about and its impact on livelihoods and jobs as we see it today. Climate change, of course, we know as a country in India itself, the last 7 years has been the most warmest in history. We have got a huge coastline. So you're looking at about 12 cities which are at risk. You're talking about 21 more which can run out of water. So it is an extremely different thing. And as Mr. Narayan would know, as a foods company, we are talking about 10 billion people in this planet. And as National Geographic said, in the next 40 years, you have to produce as much food as the world has harvested, the farmers have harvested for 8,000 years. That's the kind of challenge. On the other side, livelihoods, 10 billion, 12 billion people joining the workforce, and you need gainful livelihoods for that many people, without which you can have very unstable societies. So 25 years back when we started this journey, we said business cannot succeed in societies that fail. And therefore, we said we must have a paradigm of responsible capitalism where we'll be extremely competitive, but also enrich the environment and look at livelihood creation all together and simultaneously. And let me tell you this through examples. I think that's the best way of saying how profit and sustainability can go together. We have a paper business, which is India's largest paperboards business. And 25 years back, we were almost on the verge of closing it down because very clearly we could not scale it up for lack of pulp. And the government had very rightly said you cannot cut trees, and that's a good thing. So the idea was to import pulp at low import duty. And that's when we said we will not do it, we'll use a afforestation program. You cannot buy land. So we created an R&D program for over 12 years to grow samples, to get clonal saplings, which could grow in wastelands. And today, by working with small farmers and tribals, you have 900,000 acres of forestry that you have done. And this has led to 160 million person days of employment. And this has not only made our businesses carbon positive, but also obviously a huge competitive source of pulp. So today, a business which is closing down has become India's #1. It has become an icon in the world for environmental performance and also the social performance of 160 million person days of employment. Similar thing in hotels. I mean, all of you are obviously, you've seen the ITC hotels. When we invested in green buildings and made it the greenest luxury hotel chain in the world, and in fact, 3 of them have become net zero carbon just a couple of days back, and which is much ahead of the Paris commitments actually in terms of what we should do per room. Now, those hotels, when we invested there, right, in terms of making them green, today it is one of the lowest in industry in terms of heat and energy costs, right? So therefore, that adds to profitability and also adds to a huge value proposition for me when we say responsible luxury, that you can, because I sell sleep to all of you, and basically I can give you the bells and whistles, but I can give you a clear conscience that when you're sitting with my hotel or you're entertaining in my hotel, you're actually doing it with the lowest footprint. Third is similar thing like in climate smart agriculture, where an area which is most vulnerable. By doing those right things, you've enabled GHG emissions to come down by 47%, but also get your farmers' income up by 80%. And this is with hundreds and thousands of farmers.
So today our session is all about driving customer centricity for a better outcome for business, customers, and the world. This session is hosted by MRSI in collaboration with Borderless Access to commemorate the International Market Research Day, which falls on May 2nd. So globally, Esomar provides a platform for research and insights industry organizations to host a series of events on a common theme and a universal theme. So for 2023, the theme is Research for a Better World. And this session is part of that series. So being customer focused or customer centric seems to be one of the core values of almost all companies. But is being customer focused or customer centric one and the same thing? Let's try and find out more with our elite panel. We have PV Pradeep. Pradeep has been a prominent figure in the global market research and insights industry for over 3 decades. He has served as president of MRSI for 6 years. He's been a vice president at Esomar and has also served 6 years in Esomar's governing council. Pradeep was the global vice president for CMI at HUL and Unilever for over 2 decades. And he's a pioneer in embedding customer centricity at the heart of Unilever, and is really passionate about this particular subject. Priyanka Bhargav, she's a senior director for marketing and strategy at Flipkart. Priyanka represents the voice of the customer for all of Flipkart's brands, which includes ClearTrip, Shopsy, Myntra, and Health Plus. Priyanka was earlier with Tata Docomo and Jet Airways and also worked with Kantar and Nielsen in her initial years. Priyanka is a champion for segmentation and brand equity, and her papers on segmentation have been recognized by Esomar and MRSI. So thank you, Pradeep, and thank you, Priyanka, for joining us for this session today. really grateful and really nice of you to take out the time. We just mentioned just once, and you all both agreed to be part of it. So thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ruchika.
Yeah. So we'll get right into it. Pradeep, like I mentioned earlier, customer centricity and customer focus is sometimes just interchanged with one another. So could you elaborate and just share with us what is the core difference between the two? And why is customer centricity so important?
Absolutely. I think I would start off saying that customer focus is almost a non-negotiable critical element for any business if it has to grow and thrive. Yeah. So it is a sufficient but not a complete condition for success. One of the things I would say is it's an initial good step to have. Without that, of course, you can't do anything about consumer centricity. Typically, consumer centricity looks at a much more holistic perspective of the consumer, a view about their whole life and how they go about living it and what their needs could be. Whereas in a customer focus, when we talk about customer focus, we are probably talking about most of the time about looking at the needs, the benefits which consumers are wanting, and some of the features or attributes which consumers are looking at from a product or a service perspective. So it's very close to what we are delivering and see how we can improve that and make it better. It's often seen as the responsibility of marketing and sales people in an organization to do that, and the rest of the organization just follows after that. However, we all know as marketers that consumers are not living their lives just to consume our products, whether it's a soap or a soup or a refrigerator or a car, right? They have their life, they have their aspirations, ambitions, stress points, and they are trying to see how products can help them to achieve certain objectives which they have. So each product does a certain job to be done in their life. And so to that extent, for example, if a skin cream is being used by a person, it's because they want to look good and present themselves in a way to the external world which gets a positive affirmation. And that's the job it's doing. Now, there could be other solutions at play which can compete with it. So looking at it from a holistic perspective then brings across a different mindset of how we can support consumers. And also, one of the things is consumer centricity helps to bring in new ideas and things beyond the immediate product. So it's a great way of engaging with consumers in a holistic way. And it's also typically done at an organization level, because it's not just about one. You can say I'm customer focused, but then customer centricity brings in an organization level connect, which has huge benefits for today's business and also the business for tomorrow.
Okay. So, Pradeep, do you have a success story or something where you can show the benefit of having run the customer centricity program at Unilever? So some stories.
Yeah, sure, Ruchika. I think when you said what's the benefit of a consumer centricity program, I was just reminded of an anecdote which happened in HUL. This is literally 20 plus years ago, when K.K. Dadiseth, who was the chairman at that time, asked me to see how we can set up a program to bring consumer into the hearts and minds of people in the organization. And so I came up with this plan called Consumer Windows. And it was, and I was trying to present to everyone to convince them of the concept that they should all be meeting with consumers. And so there was this huge R&D team when I was presenting. And suddenly one of the R&D managers stood up and said, Pradeep, can I ask a question? I said, yes. And then he said, Pradeep, I thought you were appointed as the head of market research and insight to give us the insights. And now I see that you have come up with this mega plan to make us all work for you to get hold of the insight. I was really stunned by his question because I didn't expect that. And I was caught off guard, and I had to think on my feet for an answer. And then I asked him, can I tell you something? That if tomorrow you want to recruit somebody in R&D, and I will give you all the CVs, detailed CVs of all the potential candidates, but I'll not allow you to interview them, but you have to make a choice as to whom you're going to choose for the department. He said, no, how is that possible? You need to talk to people, you need to get a feel for personality, their communication skills, and their whole, you need a feel of the person. I said, that's exactly the point. While you are so worried about recruiting one person for the department, you want to meet them. But when you are selling and making products which go to millions of consumers, and you are basing that entirely on my market research report, which is the equivalent of a CV. It's a summary. And then you don't want to meet even a few consumers. And I'm not asking you to meet hundreds of them, just 5, 6. And that's when the penny dropped for people, that this is so important. And there was a moment where the thing flipped into everybody was so passionate about it. And I think when you ask about, from a business point of view, the actual benefit, one of the things that we in organizations struggle with is how do you get an organization to respond to a consumer need? It's not about 1 or 2 people blowing the trumpet and saying that, oh, we need to do that. That's what sales and marketing people tend to do. This is for the customer, this is important, we need to change, etc. However, the organization is at a standstill. They are saying, oh, no, I don't think we are here for it, we should not be going. So how do you get an organization level movement in order to respond fast? So the essential thing is, if you connect the entire organization in a consumer-centric way, the response of the organization is much faster. You don't have people in the rest of the organization dragging their feet when something urgent needs to be done. And in the consumer-centric program, of course, there are sales, marketing, and R&D teams which are very close to consumers. They understand the consumer in depth. But there should be a sensitivity for people in finance, IT, supply chain, etc. on what's going on, because then they can understand if something is explained to them. I remember when we did this consumer-centric exercise and we went and met consumers, there was one of the financial controllers who had no idea about the consumer thing. But he went on this trip and he met some consumers, especially from lower income groups. And then after the meeting, his attitude towards this thing completely changed. And in fact, he was telling marketing people, when you take up prices for sachets, shampoo sachets, etc., don't do that because these people can't afford it. We have to make up the bottom line somewhere else. We just can't take up prices like that. So I was sitting in the meeting and looking at, wow, that's a big change. Somebody who was insisting on gross margins, etc.
COVID-19 posed a lot of challenges for the organizations, and post that at Ipsos we re-looked at our initiative called At Ipsos We Care, and it has 2 facets. The first one is taking care of employees' total well-being, and it is also extended to their families. And the second facet is taking care of communities which are surrounded by us and providing them basic trainings and skills.
Welcome to International Market Research Day 2025, where we celebrate the power of insight, the elegance of data, and the influence of understanding. Today, we begin a journey to explore how market research fuels social innovation, promotes well-being, and addresses global challenges. From Tokyo to Toronto, from Mumbai to Madrid, insight professionals around the globe are shaping a brighter future. At IMRD 25, we bring together the leading minds in our field to exchange knowledge, spark innovation, and build meaningful connections. Join us as we celebrate the joy and achievements of market research. Together, we'll uncover the needs and preferences of diverse societal segments, develop inclusive, accessible, and beneficial solutions, and showcase the powerful role we have on shaping a smarter, more sustainable world. This year, we introduce a week-long celebration within the festivities, featuring a rich assortment of events, publications, podcasts, guidelines, and papers, because together, we celebrate research. Happy International Market Research Day.
Hello, dear colleagues. My best wishes for International Researchers' Day. My name is Irina Lilek, and I am the president of the Ukrainian Marketing Association, UMA. It's my pleasure to present Ukrainian Marketing Association to you today. UMA exists 28 years. We are a national professional organization established as a non-government organization, representing more than 1,000 marketers and over 100 marketing organizations across Ukraine. Our members include marketing specialists, marketing researchers, faculty members from marketing departments at education institutions, advertisers, and others involved in the marketing fields. The aim of Ukrainian Marketing Association activity is to develop ethical and operational standards for marketing and advertising industry as a part of market self-regulation. Among our members are large international research companies such as Nielsen IQ, Kantar, Ipsos, YouGov, and others, and many local Ukrainian companies, both medium and small sizes, located in various regions of Ukraine. As you can see on this slide, we have included the logos of our members' organization, and I hope many of them are familiar to you. Since nearly the beginning of our work, we have cooperated with the Esomar. Yes, as the president of Ukrainian Marketing Association, I had the honor of representing Esomar in Ukraine for 11 years as the national representative. Ukrainian Marketing Association during this time translated Esomar's code and guidelines into Ukrainian, setting national standards for ethical and professional research practice. Today, UMA remains a key Esomar partners in Ukraine, contributing to international research initiative and promoting best practice in the market and social research industry. Ukrainian Marketing Association is deeply committed to develop ethical standards and clear rules for conducting marketing service in Ukraine. We pay particular attention to professional ethics. All UMA members are required to comply with our marketing research quality standards. These standards have been officially registered as organization standards by the Ukrainian Center of Standardization and Quality Certification. This is a part of our broader mission to ensure that marketing in Ukraine is not only effective, but also ethical, inclusive, and aligned with international best practice. We also place a strong focus on professional standards. In 2021, the Ministry of Economic of Ukraine approved the official standards for the professional analysts. And just recently, in 2025, the professional standards for marketer was officially registered by National Qualification Agency. These standards were developed by Ukrainian marketing associations. These standards are essential steps towards strengthening the professional foundation of our industry and ensuring that Ukrainian marketing specialists are recognized and competitive at the national and international level. Of course, the research marketing has been heavily affected by the war and the full-scale Russian invasion for Ukraine. Ukraine faced all the challenges that researchers worldwide are dealing with, such as artificial intelligence integration, data reliability, trust in research, and recruiting relevant respondents. But there are also unique challenges to conduct research during the wartime. The marketing research market has significantly declined, especially in 2022 and 2023 during the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine. Despite all this, I want to stress that Ukrainian business, including research companies, are making great efforts to survive. While our industry has not returned to its pre-war turn, demand for research is increasing. Another challenges faced by researchers working with sensitive audience present new difficult. For example, mother with children whose husband has been killed or stay on the front line, war veterans with disabilities, internally displaced person from occupied region, and people who were forced to leave the country, people who have lost everything due to the bombing. We must also consider personal experience of people who psychological trauma, especially post-traumatic stress disorder. Now, more than ever, qualitative research should be conducted by trained psychological who understand trauma, its symptoms, personal reaction, and the emotion about sensitive information. We recommend clearly communicated the importance of response anonymity and confidentiality. Respondents must be reminded of their right to decline answering any questions they found too personal or uncomfortable. Sensitive topics are become more common. It's painful for people to talk about loved ones who are fighting or were killed. It's also difficult to speak about children or about uncertain future. We now require researchers to clearly inform respondents in advance about the research topic and key questions, something that was not standard practice before, but is now essential for ethical qualitative research. In quantitative research, sampling has become more complicated due to population migration, both internal and external. Researchers are adopting methodologies to ensure a valid data collection under their conditions. Security has also become a crucial factor in conducting research. Air alarms and problems with electricity significantly affect online and offline studies. For example, if a focus group is interrupted by the air alarm, it often needs to start from the beginning. The dynamic and atmosphere are lost. Offline studies only be conducted in premises equipment with bomb shelters. We always prioritize safety and clearly communicate that safety comes first. Ukrainian Marketing Association continue to support marketers. Our current major projects include annual revenue of the marketing research market, our professional journal marketing in Ukraine, our interest-based UMA clubs, which unit researchers, educators, marketing professionals, and sales to foster collaboration, knowledge exchange, and professional growth. We also conduct online seminars, training, and other programs and courses aimed to improve professional skills and promoting best practice in marketing. In addition, we offer free web webinars for university professors and students. And one again, congratulations to all researchers. Let us continue supporting each other, sharing knowledge, and upholding the highest standards of our profession, even in the most challenging time. Together, we can ensure that research remains a vital tool for understanding, recovery, and progress, both in Ukraine and around the world. Thank you for your attention, your solidarity, and your dedication to power of research. Stand with Ukraine. Thank you. Bye.
Welcome to International Market Research Day 2025, where we celebrate the power of insight, the elegance of data, and the influence of understanding. Today, we begin a journey to explore how market research fuels social innovation, promotes well-being, and addresses global challenges. From Tokyo to Toronto, from Mumbai to Madrid, insight professionals around the globe are shaping a brighter future. At IMRD 25, we bring together the leading minds in our field to exchange knowledge, spark innovation, and build meaningful connections. Join us as we celebrate the joy and achievements of market research. Together, we'll uncover the needs and preferences of diverse societal segments, develop inclusive, accessible, and beneficial solutions, and showcase the powerful role we have on shaping a smarter, more sustainable world. This year, we introduce a week-long celebration within the festivities, featuring a rich assortment of events, publications, podcasts, guidelines, and papers, because together, we celebrate research. Happy International Market Research Day.
Thank you for coming back from lunch and not going up and taking a nap or doing some sort of work that you have to do. This is a good moment to engage and be totally reflective on what we're about to say. If you have not yet done the health literacy certification, I can give you a pin if you do it before the end of tomorrow. You go on the member site. There's you have to type in for the searchable video, health literacy certification. It'll take you a half hour to watch a video, a 10-question quiz. If you pass, you get a pin and a certificate. Also, if you're interested, we still have the health literacy treasure hunt happening. You have to find people that have the white pin, and they will give you some questions and answers. So thank you again for coming today. We're talking about mentorship and milestones, empowering Black women in clinical research. And let's see here. How does this work? So as we go through, I think we'll first do a quick round of introductions. Does that make sense? So I'm Tom Donnelly. I'm the chair of the Health Literacy Committee. I also work at the Research Partnership, and I will pass it to my left.
I'm Danielle Mitchell. I'm the CEO and founder of Black Women in Clinical Research.
Good afternoon. I'm Portia Gordon. I'm an Associate Director at Branding Science and also part of the Clear Health Communications Task Force.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tatiana Barakshina. I'm a Managing Partner at Basis Americas. Welcome.
And as you see, we are going to have a Slido. So if you get a chance, you can hop on there. There's a code and there's a QR that you can select. But as we go through, we'll have 3 questions for you to do. We also want to do a special thanks to Seton Hall University. I know that one of the professors was here earlier yesterday. What's great about Seton Hall, as I'll tell you later, is they will engage with you in research projects. And if you are a nonprofit like we are, then they do it for basically for free. We'll tell you more about that. So we're going to give you a bit of a background of what the project was about. We'll talk about the sample and methodology. We'll go through some results, and then we have some conclusions. One of the interesting things that we found, so this is really about, clinical research, not market research. However, we found many parallels that we want to talk about in terms of the career paths. And what's great about this is, if anybody knows about the what used to be called the young professionals, now they're called the future leaders. This really relates to that. So if you're interested in more, find Chloe. But the parallel is that there's really not a clear path for these 2 industry segments. There's really no academic path. There are a couple of colleges that have a market research degree, but there really is not traditionally a formal academic path for either of these fields. And so often, as I'm sure many of you, people just fall into this as a career. We're going to tell you about 2 aspects of this, of how you could help in this space. One is, how do you get into the field? And the other is advancing in the field. So internships are really a good way to get you into that career, because often you can't land that first job if you don't have experience, which is odd, because how are you going to get experience if you don't have a job in the field? So a lot of the companies that I see here, I know, have internships, and that's very valuable because, they get some of the grunt work done, but meanwhile, they're training the future market researchers. So we're going to talk about that. Then when it comes time to advancing, mentors are really vital for accelerating your career. They can help you realize the potential pitfalls. They could help you see things that you may not be aware of. And as we'll talk about later, Intellus has a mentorship program. And then, of course, networking really provides that support network that you need as you're going through your career. You might be changing jobs. You might be trying to negotiate a pay raise or a promotion, or you may just be trying to get new clients for your business. So it really gives you that sort of holistic perspective. And of course, that's really what Intellus is all about, is having this community for us to network with each other. Now, I think the key to what we're going to be talking about today is there are really additional challenges for minorities in both of these fields. There's rarely a role model that reflects who you are. So junior researchers don't really see themselves in senior positions. Finding a mentor that really closely resembles your background becomes crucial for navigating unique hurdles. And, I was just reflecting on my own life. And so my father was a sociology professor, and I saw him obviously as my role model. And then I went on to become a psychology professor. So, I mean, it's pretty obvious, I think, as you all think about who your mentors are and who you look to for future ideas. So again, Seton Hall, we have partnered with them on many research projects. It's a great combination of training future researchers and getting some free research. So if anybody's interested, we can connect you. Adam Warner is our connection there. They have both undergraduate and graduate classes. What happens is, part of one of their classes, they do research projects. And so they go through a full qualitative and quantitative phase within a semester. And it's been very valuable for us to work with them. So in particular, Danielle came to us to say, I needed some help understanding what's happening in her space, as well as with the way she's interacting with her community. So we wanted to find ways to support the increase in the number of Black women in clinical research, really understanding their experiences throughout their research journey and what their unmet needs were. So we went through this qualitative and quantitative market research phases with Seton Hall's help to understand sort of how they learn about the field, the rationale in selecting their profession, what their challenges and barriers are that they encounter through training, through the hiring and employment, and other notable milestones in their journey. And then really identifying what their unmet needs are and trying to see if we could find solutions that could help them in that chosen field. So Danielle, do you want to tell us anything additional about either the community or what you were looking for from our project?
So with Black women in clinical research, I always like to give background about myself. And I wanted to go to medical school. And when I decided not to go to medical school, there weren't a lot of career options. So at the time, I could work in a lab or I could become a teacher. So I worked in the lab for years, but I knew that I wanted to make a greater impact. I actually found out about clinical research at a pool party. So no one talked about clinical research in my undergrad. We talked about research in animals, but we never talked about research in humans. And so when I decided to embark on my clinical research journey, I realized that there was a lot of challenges with getting into the clinical research industry. It was as if my transferable skills weren't transferable. The industry has this 2-year requirement. Well, how do I gain experience if no one is willing to hire me? So because of these challenges, I started Black Women in Clinical Research, and I never expected that this would turn into a company. It all started from a Facebook group. So a lot of times I have to pinch myself because I'm just very grateful and humble to be in a position where I get to help people who look like me, who may never have heard of opportunities in the clinical research industry. So this started from a passion and wanting to help people.
Excellent, thank you. And I'm going to pass it on to Portia, who's going to give us some facts and figures.
So when we think about clinical research and think about the statistics, one of the things that comes across really very clearly is that there's significant underrepresentation with respect to people of color. The chart here shows you that in 2023, there were about 130,000 clinical trials. Market size was a little bit less than 28 billion, and projected growth rate was about 5 to 7%. Employment, about 127,000 professionals were employed. But when you look at the number of African Americans and Hispanics that were actually involved in the clinical market, in the clinical research workforce, it was 6 to 8%, severe underrepresentation. And for Hispanics, 7 to 9%. And just also looking at those numbers in terms of the overall population of both African Americans and Hispanics. Next slide. When you look at these numbers in market research, there's a parallel. You see the market size for this year is a little bit less than 32 billion. Projected growth rate about the same, 4 to 6%, about 140,000 professionals. And yet again, in 2024, African Americans and Hispanics occupy a very small space, 6 to 7% for African Americans, 8 to 10% for Hispanics, nowhere near the representation of these ethnic groups in the general US population.
And then I think, Tatiana, you're going to take us through the method, or am I doing the method?
Yeah, I'll do the methods. Our project was really multifaceted. So Tom mentioned that this was actually part of Seton Hall Marketing Research Center initiative. So Clear Health Communication Task Force from Intellus was acting as a client, and the students from Seton Hall were doing the work. And Danielle actually came to us with this research problem. So the results we are presenting today, it's a student work. So it's the research that was done by people who were interested in marketing research. They started to learn about research, but this was actually their first project, practical project that they considered doing. So in the qualitative part, basically what happened is they started to discover this field of marketing research, and they gained confidence in trying to understand more about Black women in clinical trials organization. So they got to talk to the members of Daniel's organization, and then it gave students confidence to come up with a quantitative survey. We are going to be presenting today results from the quant survey, but really it's not the purpose to just talk to you about the results, because a lot of things I think we can all put together if we just do a 10 to 15 minute brainstorm on what helps us in our careers. I think the main goal is to bring together all the resources and awareness that our fields are very similar, that there is underrepresentation in our fields of minorities, and then we are here to do something about it. And we are very grateful to the students who actually went through these traditional steps to come up with results of the survey. So we're going to be talking about 42 quantitative surveys completed with members of Daniel's organization. As Tom mentioned, the results are organized into two sections. The first section is we're talking about getting into the field. So how did you first learn about the opportunities in clinical research? What we want to highlight is that 50% of current professionals have never heard about this field before. Or they've heard about it at the pool party, or that's an interesting fact, because if we talk more to these professionals, they say that it would have been nice to actually learn about this opportunity in college. So maybe it would set me on a clear career path if I started to find something about the field. Also, we see that there were formal and informal paths leading to career in clinical research. So we find that it's very important to promote awareness earlier in educational and during the discussions about the workforce. Of course, we are very quickly gonna get your experience. How did you come into the field of marketing research? But frankly, I've heard from so many people that we didn't initially plan to be in marketing research. We actually just found out about it from somebody who was already working. I had no idea that this field existed. I was reflecting on my own experience, and I think I actually showed up for the interview in marketing research without very good or any knowledge of marketing research. That's my career path. Luckily, it moved me forward. Again, getting into the field, many people, 2/3 told us that they had previous experience working in a connected field, maybe in public health, maybe in psychology, nursing, pharmacy, or working at a lab, like Daniel mentioned. So they had some previous work experience. Students had this hypothesis that they were not 100% sure that in order to move to clinical research, you would actually get the benefit of increased pay. We were quite happy to see that if you were moving mid-career, that you actually got a pay increase when you were moving to clinical research. So 64% told us that they actually got an increase in pay when they moved into clinical field. However, 24 had to take a pay cut, and that's, I guess, that's something to know and to realize as well, that many people were so interested that they actually volunteered to take the pay cut just to get into the industry. Internships. So very highly rated as one of the top things that help students or help young professionals to get into the career. Now, we also see that many people were ready to take unpaid internship just to get into the field. However, 43% mentioned that they would not have pursued an internship if it wasn't paid. And sometimes you are at the point in your life when you just cannot afford an unpaid internship. You don't have the other resources to support you. the first technical piece, or the first interactive piece of our presentation is, have you had an internship? Does your company have internships? Does your company offer internships? So if you guys, most of you know the drill. You take the screenshot of the QR code and join the survey. Do you see the survey? Is it coming up?
I have to switch to the next slide for them to see it.
For the results, yeah? But the phones are working. It started to work, yay.
Wow.
I guess while we're waiting, I had an unpaid internship. That's actually how I got into the clinical research industry. I went on clinicaltrials.gov. I found the nearest clinics to me, and I began to cold call them and ask them, can I shadow? Can I do an internship? Because I wasn't taking no for an answer. And so that was my way in. And I know a lot of people aren't able to do that, but I did that during the morning and did Uber Eats, DoorDash, Amazon Flex, Postmates, you name it. I did it just to gain that clinical research experience.
Excellent. Shall we move past this?
So we've got 43, yes, we've got 43 responses. I think it's good. So first of all, I think it's great news to see that many of the companies represented here are offering internships. Please consider the fact that if you have unpaid internships, please try to move them up into the paid space. Okay, I think we can move.
Okay.
The second aspect, and here we are getting into the advancement in the career. So you are in the middle of your career, you've already started, you feel confident. Where do you go next? What are your next steps, and who can help you with these next steps? Two aspects, mentorship and networking. So 43% of Black women in clinical research who we interviewed mentioned that they actually had a mentor. We will talk more about who those mentors were. Networking is another piece, another component. We are all doing it here, so we don't have to persuade you guys that it's an important opportunity. We can say that maybe we should raise our eyes more from the phones and talk to the people when we have the opportunity. But it's a great chance to network as well. So if you go to the next slide. Where do the mentors come from? Some of the mentors worked in the same field. They were research focused, or they were coming from the leadership positions, but you have an array of answers here. So your mentor doesn't really have to be exactly in the same company, in the same space where you continue to work or where you initially started. Educational leaders too. So this brings me to this point. I teach consumer behavior at University of Illinois in Chicago, and I teach every semester, and maybe after each semester, I get 3 or 4 students who tell me, we haven't heard about marketing research before, we haven't heard about consumer behavior before, but we feel that it's a very interesting field. So can you tell us more? And then we start discussing, and they keep writing to me with these questions. And I always feel excited to share my knowledge about the field, to invite them to be part of the field, even though I'm not always 100% sure that it's the most highly paid and the most lucrative field to be. But I tell my students that this is actually an amazing field, and you'll find so much joy in this field if you continue. And every time I hear from my students, I go back to this moment. There was one letter that my mentor, my professor, wrote to my future PhD advisor that actually completely changed my career. This was the one email that he did in the right moment that changed the course of my career. And I feel very grateful, and I feel really inspired to help other students who are in this position now. So having the mentor we will see that it's very important for clinical field as well. And let's see, so 70% said it's extremely beneficial, and the relationships with the mentor are actually quite prolonged. So 5 years on average, but some respondents told us that they've been working with a mentor for up to 12 years. And I think we have what's coming up is more details from the qualitative research.
So as Tatiana mentioned, the students spoke to 15 Black women in clinical research members at varying levels of expertise, varying number of years in clinical research. And this really was the groundwork, the basis for the quantitative survey. And what was really key is that mentorship really is a key catalyst for advancement. It provides a forum for students and those in the career to share ideas, avoid certain pitfalls, think about the future, and just plan strategically what's realistic versus what is not. The idea of increasing the number of mentorships really is a pay forward because it allows the pool of mentors and leaders to grow, which is really a positive feedback. So growth in leadership in clinical research among Black women really will expand the number of mentors, and it really will be a positive habit loop, as I like to say. Next slide. So this is my story. When I was in college, I knew that I wanted to do something in medical research, but I didn't want to become a physician. I applied to Albert Einstein College of Medicine, Sue Golden Graduate Division in the Bronx. I was accepted, and I was really excited to do medical research. The only difference for me versus my colleagues, my other students, was the fact that there was no one else who looked like me. And in fact, I was the first person of color, the first Black woman to gain a doctorate in molecular pharmacology and biochemistry. During that, thank you. During that time, I had no one who looked like me. I got support from my family, and then I heard about FACET, which is an experimental biology conference that takes place all across the country. And there I was able to collaborate, to meet with other scientists of color. And I really believe in paying forward. So once I had my own lab at Albert Einstein College of Medicine, I actually invited students from high school to come and work in the lab. I wanted them, even if they weren't interested in science, I wanted them to just get a feel of what it was like to work in a lab, to achieve results, and then also to take those results and publish them. I was also asked, because of my background, to come to underserved elementary schools, colleges, as well as high school, to talk to the students about what it's like. And I got questions from elementary school children. Well, how much do you make? Do you have a boyfriend? I said, yes, I'm a normal person, just like everybody else. But it was just wonderful to really be able to give back. And I'm hoping that in the work that I do here, that I can have that same opportunity, particularly when I talk to patients, just really understanding in the underserved population what they're going through and how pharma can help them. Thank you. So, second question. Have you mentored or would you mentor a new employee?
And as you're answering this, realize that Intellus has a mentorship program. Chloe, are you in here by any chance? If not, see Chloe, who runs our future leaders. In October, they're going to be doing a, what do they call it? Like a speed dating for mentors and mentees. think that's enough, or should we keep it going?
43 is a good number.
Okay, all right, we'll move on.
We've exceeded it already. Thank you so much for your participation. Danielle?
So I want to talk about my experience and how I found my mentor. So I went to Clark Atlanta University, and during my undergrad, I met a lady, she's featured in the picture, Dr. Melissa Green Parker. She was the first Black woman that I saw that was a scientist. So for me, being able to see someone who I could see myself in undergrad, that really helped me even consider a career in research. And so my mentor, amazing. I still keep in contact with her today. We've been connected for over, I think it's 22 years? I'm telling my age. But she just impacted my life. And I'm so thankful she would buy me interview clothes, like some of the things you don't even think of. She would buy me a gas card for gas to put in my car when I was in undergrad. So she just did things that I never even thought that someone who wasn't related to me would do. And having someone to advocate for you and to be in your corner. In my undergrad, she applied for a position for me at University of Pittsburgh. And I didn't want to go, but she thought it was a good idea, so I went. And I realized that they have a hill in Pittsburgh. They call it a cardiac hill, and I would have to walk up that hill every day. And I used to think about my mentor telling me to go to this summer program, but it really helped me find my passion for research. And I know that if it wasn't for her, that I wouldn't been able to start Black Women in Clinical Research. So I know that there is power in mentorship. And that's why I make sure when it comes to my members that I'm also telling them and creating a program. We have a program within Black Women in Clinical Research. It's a software that matches our members with other qualified clinical research professionals. So some of the matches are 98%, 96%. So we are taking that. Sometimes people feel like it's hard to find a mentor. So we're taking that hard part out and matching them with people and creating that connection to help them really propel their career. And so I'm just grateful that I have this opportunity to find people mentors. I get so excited when, someone matches and it's over 90%. And so I've been making announcements on LinkedIn as well. But I just know that mentorship is so important for your career. So I always encourage everyone to find a mentor.
Thank you. So I guess the next question is, have you had mentors in your career? And it's interesting, the dynamics of if it's somebody at the same company, you're working closely with them, so they may know you a little bit better in some ways. Whereas if it's somebody at a different company, you might be more open to them and maybe share more personal points of view with that person as well. All right, looks like more often at the same company. Thank you. And again, we have opportunities here at Intellus.
Talking about networking platforms, while LinkedIn leads the way here, it's the most powerful and widespread professional network. There were two apps or two platforms that we wanted to draw your attention to. So you see the first one is this Facebook page by Black Women in Clinical Research. And the second one is the app. So when Danielle came to Seton Hall to talk to our students, she was saying that while we have this Facebook page, we really want to transition our members to the app where you can find more benefits and where we can actually move the organization forward from being a virtual organization to actually meeting and connecting in person and organizing conferences I think we were talking about it maybe a year or 2 years ago. And so that's what we were finding out, how many members are on each app. However, I've heard this number from Danielle several times. I had to just ask her again today because I find it fascinating. So the Facebook page was founded about 5 or 6 years ago, and now it has 11,000 members. So Danielle's organization has 11,000 members on Facebook. We were just looking at this today. It grew enormously. There's so much demand for this connection, for this networking, that I think it tells a lot about clinical research industry. And also there's a lot to learn from this industry in marketing research. So a bit more about networking on the next slide. So 50% of the members were already part of the paid app, and they found it very useful. Don't be distracted because we are now being trained to the 4 or 5 star scale. Here, we decided that we're going to mention on 3 stars. So 272 is an amazing score out of 3. And that's how the app was rated in terms of usefulness. And networking is the primary benefit that people were looking to get, but also identifying with peers, finding somebody like yourself and moving together, advancing in the field. So I'll turn this back.
And did you want to say anything else about that before we move on?
So our Facebook group, I have some members that are a little resistant to moving over to the paid app. So I feel like because the app, the Facebook group is our foundation, that a lot of people are not, I wouldn't say all the way comfortable with moving to the app and not really knowing the benefits. So I've made sure that I've had, different type of events where I tell them some of the features of the app. And so I wanted our BWICR app to be a one-stop shop for Black women that are in clinical research. So we have a topic, BWICR moms. We're sharing recipes. We're talking about our kids. We just have all of these different topics that are in the app where we have job referrals, job postings. We have a book club. So we just have so many different topics within our app to make sure that we are talking about everything, because what we really realize is that a lot of Black women do not feel like they have a safe space at their companies because there is a lack of diversity on their team. So we are creating this safe space. We have something on Wednesday called Wine Down Wednesday. I tell people that wine is optional, but if you need something a little bit heavier, that is perfectly fine as well. And so we just have this opportunity for our members to share what's going on in their clinical research world, which a lot of times we don't always have that opportunity to share at our company because we're afraid if we speak up that we might, we just might have some type of disagreement with our company if we share, sometimes our feelings. So we have the opportunity in the BWICR community to share what's going on.
And remind me, I think that with the Facebook page that you couldn't invite as many people to an event or something like that?
Yes. So even though we had 11,000 members, Facebook has a cap on how many people you can invite to events. So only 400 people were receiving invitations on the Facebook group. So I would get some messages. You didn't tell me about this event. So that's why I wanted to have the app, because on the app, you have push notifications. It's being sent to your phone. I can send a message out to all of the members, letting them know about the different opportunities. And what we also realized is when we switched to the app, we had more participation from our members because of the features that the app has.
Excellent, thank you. So just some conclusions, and I think you kind of picked this up for, obviously we told you in advance what we were telling you. But really awareness, again, of clinical research careers is low in high school and in college levels. And so really increasing awareness in these fields would play this positive role in attracting more Black women into the field and then driving this awareness up. As we mentioned many times, mentorship connections are highly valued by the Black women in clinical research that we were interviewing. We've seen that internships are important entrants into the field. Increasing more of those could, again, be a catalyst for bringing more Black women into clinical research fields. And then those people that participated in our survey really ranked networking as extremely valuable to help them in growing in the field. And as I mentioned, we have a mentorship program here at Intellus. Last year, we had 9 pairings. This year, we currently have 8 pairings. And the question is, do you want to become a mentor or a mentee? Because again, in October, we're going to be doing that dating game where we can match you. The other thing I wanted to say is, although Intellus doesn't have internships, as I mentioned, a lot of the companies here do have both paid and unpaid internships. However, Intellus does sort of have that with our conferences by inviting college and graduate students to the conferences. So you can see, I think it was 12 students from Rutgers, Seton Hall, Temple, and University of Illinois at Chicago in the past year or so have come to our events. So we thought maybe there could be sort of a discussion at your tables, or perhaps you want to come up to the mics and discuss. But, you know, sort of what are we seeing as the big challenges for getting into the field? And again, we feel like there is this parallel between healthcare marketing research and the clinical research fields. I see, you know, clear parallels. But maybe take 5 minutes at your table, discuss with the other folks on what you see as these challenges for getting into and advancing in the field, and then maybe we'll have some people come up to the mics and share with us. So we will, either you can come up and tell us some of what you were talking about at your tables, or if you have questions for our speakers, either one, feel free to come up to the mics. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for doing that. Portia and Danielle, to you both. I have a question about underserved population, something that you brought up. Are there any ideas around messaging, perhaps, that you could have us take back to? I'm from an underserved population, and I'm half of an underserved demographic. Is there any type of way that you can position messaging to help let people in grade school and high school know in my area that market research exists? I fell in because a temp agency assigned me to write on paper screeners 15 years ago. That's the only way. I went to school to be a lawyer. And then here I am at this. So I understand falling into it, but do you have any recommendations for how to reach that demographic before it's time to start an internship, paid or unpaid, or to decide if you want to, you know, get a job here or there? Most, you know, kids in school will tell you they want to be a doctor or a lawyer or a fireman, but no one will ever tell you they want to be a market researcher because they have no idea that it exists. So any ideas that can help spark a conversation for the future so that way the panels at conferences like this are more representative in all sessions look like this one. That would be something that would be phenomenal to help learn about. So thank you so much for the time to do this.
So what I have done with clinical research, there are some high schools and middle schools that have like STEM academies. So I would say to probably look into any type of maybe schools that are geared towards, I'm just throwing this out here, I could be completely wrong. So tech related or any type of, you know, STEM type of, you know, roles, and just let them know that you're interested in speaking to the students. So I show up to career days. I recently went, and like you, it was funny you said that. When I went to the career day, one of the students asked me how much money do I make as well. And asked me if my daughter is in clinical research. And I'm like, she's 15. But so, you know, just going to schools and just being intentional. I really want everyone to think about when you are intentional, things can happen, things can change. So, you know, you don't always have to wait for a large company or organization. Like if you have a passion and you want to tell people about market research, you can be that person in your community to tell the students about these careers, because the students are like sponges and they are waiting for someone to show up in their community and tell them. Because when I went there and I told the students about careers in clinical research, I could just see the light bulb and the eyes were getting big and they're like, wait, I could do this? And so, just letting them know, and a lot of times you just need to encourage a student and let them know, if I can do it, you can do it too.
I've been part of a program. One of the organizations that I belong to really wants to advance education among those who are considered underserved. And so what we've done is actually partnered with a school and taken the students, regardless of their interest, and had sessions with them. And so I was in front of a group of 50 11-year-olds who were sitting there saying, okay, so what am I going to get from this? First thing we did is we gave out juice and we gave out snacks. They immediately became interested. And just sort of the same way I talked to you about what I did, telling them who might be interested in that. This is a career that's in the medical field, but a little bit different. So, I would get questions like, well, how long did you have to go to school for that? Or what else can you do? Or how much money can you make? But you have to answer those questions because that's important for them at 11 and 12 years old.
And it's funny you said that, because when I showed up to the schools, I brought all the kids donuts from Krispy Kreme and their ears were wide open. So snacks will go a long way with kids.
Okay. There's an organization called HealthWorks Academies based in Philadelphia. They're a nonprofit organization that offers a STEM curriculum to high schools. They're certified for the whole United States. So what they're really most in need of is funding support to connect with pharma companies or biotech or life sciences companies, because they're helping to fuel the future talent pipeline. And they're offering the curriculum as well as the internship programs you were talking about, the mentoring programs, in the hopes that they could then connect at the college level and then finally get hired into the company. So if you're a company interested in fueling your future talent pipeline, come see me. I can connect you with HealthWorks Academies.
Thank you.
Hi, this was great. Really food for the soul. I go to many conferences, and a lot of the conferences I attend look like what we see here in the room. We're not representative as Black women, as Black people. I'm asking for a call to action. What can folks do right now in this room to make sure that our industry becomes more represented? So when we know the people that we're researching and talking to, right, that it makes sense. So what would be an immediate call to action for folks to do? Step one would be fill in the blank.
Well said. I'm glad you served that up to us. It's really about, in my mind, the funnel. And how do you get those applicants to begin with? And often we have certain go-to places we go to find people to apply for our jobs. And some of the standards we've talked about, Rutgers, Seton Hall. But are we thinking about other where more underrepresented populations are? For example, I don't think we often go to Temple, right, which might be a better source, or other colleges, or even places that aren't local because they may want to transfer. So I think thinking about reaching out to different places where we're not traditionally thinking about to find those underrepresented populations.
I went to a conference in Washington, D.C. on Monday, and one of the guys mentioned that they were having a problem with recruiting diverse staff. So what they did, and like you mentioned, Tom, they opened up their pool. Instead of going, a lot of times too, companies look at the same places to hire people. So you have to think bigger and think about, is there any type of Black organizations or Latino organizations at colleges and universities? So really think about HBCUs as well. Go where you have to meet people where they are at. And it's okay to go to the underrepresented communities and say, hey, we have this opportunity available. These are some of the roles, tell people, because a lot of times, especially in the clinical research industry, we might have heard about, clinical research, but people don't know the roles that they should be applying to. So you have to tell people, this is the role, based upon your background, we feel like you would be a good candidate for this role. So just being intentional and reaching out to new places. So don't go to the same places expecting to receive different applicants. Go to new places, give smaller organizations a chance. And I think that's really what's it about. It's okay to start with something new.
And I think we're out of time, but feel free to stick around and ask us more questions.
In here in about 15 minutes to learn about the RGG model.
Come back for Kendall's talk in 15 minutes, or we'll get you.
Thanks, everybody.
Welcome to International Market Research Day 2025, where we celebrate the power of insight, the elegance of data, and the influence of understanding. Today, we begin a journey to explore how market research fuels social innovation, promotes well-being, and addresses global challenges. From Tokyo to Toronto, from Mumbai to Madrid, insight professionals around the globe are shaping a brighter future. At IMRD 25, we bring together the leading minds in our field to exchange knowledge, spark innovation, and build meaningful connections. Join us as we celebrate the joy and achievements of market research. Together, we'll uncover the needs and preferences of diverse societal segments, develop inclusive, accessible, and beneficial solutions, and showcase the powerful role we have on shaping a smarter, more sustainable world. This year, we introduce a week-long celebration within the festivities, featuring a rich assortment of events, publications, podcasts, guidelines, and papers, because together, we celebrate research. Happy International Market Research Day.
Julia, we are really thrilled that you are here with us today. Thank you.
It's an absolute delight to be part of the 10th anniversary of the Esomar Connect SOMA in Romania.
The first thing I'm going to talk about is fraud. It's a big issue for the industry right now. Everyone's panicking.
AI can really augment and help facilitate the way that we do research.
The industry is really fighting back on this. I must say everyone is. All our competitors are.
It's enabling us to get transcripts of group discussions done in the blink of an eye, coding open-ended questions. Natural language processing is enabling us to categorise vast amounts of unstructured data.
I've got loads of examples of the impact that visuals can have. This is one of the earliest experiments I ever did, when one group of people were asked to name the foods they dislike, and another person was asked the same question, just with a person expressing dislike of foods, and the number of people giving answers, the answer volume doubled.
What is the role of the qualitative researcher in the future in the world of AI? I think you need to be a curator of the narratives, tell the human story. You need to interpret the AI analysed data. You also need to be mindful of bias and be the ethical guardian. And now, as ever, the qualitative researcher in the brave new world of AI needs to be a strategic consultant par excellence.
How do you do it so that you're not missing something important?
What we're doing at the moment is, rather than leaving AI just to do it, we're actually doing quite a lot of heavy work, as we have done traditionally, by looking at the data and analysing the data from the human perspective.
I have a question for you, John. How do you perceive the threat we have with the AI used by the respondents?
If you actually research some interesting things you can ask a bot that it doesn't know the answer to properly. So that's something that we're exploring. It's an initial problem. It's going to reach a stage, though, where the bots get so good we can all go home because we just get bots to answer all the survey questions, and we don't really need to do any research anymore. So, you know, we reach a point where it's getting so good, then it's effectively a form of synthesizing data.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and happy International Market Research Day. Yes. My name is Oana Poparengle, and I will just very briefly introduce you to what's following in the next hour, which are 3 examples of great qualitative research for good. All of these are extracted from a webinar that QRCA had organized in honor of International Market Research Day and its theme, Research for Good. So you're going to have a journey, you're going to travel through a variety of subjects with these case studies. You will be listening about hospital admissions and about community gardening and about sustainability practices in farming. So a true variety of consumer, social, and B2B topics, but also different approaches, different mindsets in the realm of qualitative research, different tools and techniques. You'll listen about cultural sensitivity in approaching design. You'll learn about applying semiotic ethnography, and then you'll look more reflective at analysis and at paradigm shifts, or how to identify paradigm shifts from a more language-focused researcher. So it's going to be really, really interesting. I hope you'll enjoy it. And in the meantime, and before and after, celebrate research, everybody.
Yes, I'm delighted to be here. I want to thank everybody for your presence, for your interest. I know you have other things to do, and I don't take for granted that you decided to be here. I would like to invite you to follow me along, to be open-minded in the presentation that I'm going to give. It's about the experiences of Latinos in the emergency room. Obviously, they are a different culture, and they have different perceptions. So the more you are open-minded, the more you can understand their perspective and the problem and the challenge. The reason I'm presenting this is because I noticed that there is bias in healthcare, and I wanted to invite you all to help end this bias in healthcare and in other service industries with our work, through market research. I was planning to show you a video of that I found of Serena Williams and other African-American women and Asian women on YouTube. This video was sponsored by Blue Cross Blue Shield, a healthcare insurance provider, but now it's not available anymore. But this video tells a story. It shows Serena Williams and other women, African-American and Asian, asking to be seen, asking to be heard. They said, "Do you see me? Do you hear me? Will you see me if my skin has a different color? Or will you hear me if I was not a woman?" And at the end, the video asks the same thing I'm asking you, to end the bias in healthcare and to motivate you to look for this. And I hope that my case study inspires you to do that. So what are we going to talk about? We're going to talk about how I was able to unveil the truths of Latinos. We're going to talk about the research problem. What was my role in unveiling the truths, and what were the insights, and how I persuade the C-suite. All will be at a high level because we only have 15 minutes, but I'm sure that you will get the main idea. So the research problem, there was this research manager that contacted me to help her hospital understand, her hospital group understand why the Latinos, US Latinos, were returning to the emergency room over and over. They needed to understand the problem in order to find solutions. Their goal was to reduce these return ER visits. And just for some context, this is a hospital group that has a lot of hospitals in many cities and states. But in these particular 2 cities, they were having the Latinos coming back all the time. So we agree about the study approach, and these were the questions that I included in the guide, some of the questions, because we wanted to understand what was the experience of the Latinos in the emergency room and outside of the emergency room. What happened when they were looking for primary care doctors, specialists, what was their experience of their children with the pediatricians. And of course, we had an emotional handshake question as well. So the methodology was to have 8 groups, 4 with women, 4 with men, 4 per city. We had larger groups of women, 8 to 10 versus men, 4 to 5, because women were more available. They were stay-home moms, and men had full-time work, and that was a barrier for the recruitment. The participants, we invited participants that were from Mexican origin in these 2 cities, 2 small cities. 95% of the Latinos were Mexican. This is not a surprise. In the United States, 65% of Latinos are Mexican. So this was just reflecting who was the target. We invited Latinos that were from all levels of acculturation, from Hispanic dominant, bicultural, fully bicultural. And a way that we normally in your research define the acculturation levels is because the way they speak Spanish. If they speak Spanish, they are able to live in the culture more. So we had Hispanic dominant moms that speak mostly Spanish than English. They were a big group. We had also biculturals that speak both languages, from a little bit of English to very good English. And we invited, these were the men that work outside the home in blue-collar jobs. We also have teachers that spoke both languages, but they felt more comfortable speaking in Spanish because Spanish was their first language. And we had also US-born Latinos that were children of the Mexican parents, that they spoke both languages very well, but they, for the purpose of this research, we had the research in Spanish, so they participated in Spanish. Another requirement was that everybody had to have visited the client's emergency room at least once in the past year. So how do we unveil the truths of Latinos in this research study? This was a sensitive topic about, their experience in the emergency rooms. It's a kind of traumatic experience. So when you're doing research with another culture, it's very important to have someone from the same culture that will connect with them emotionally, that will inspire them to be authentic and to tell you their truths, and that will see through them. For this research, I was that person. I'm originally from Mexico. I work and live there for 10 years as a marketer. I did research all over Mexico. I understand the different subcultures. And for this particular project, I understood that these Latinos came from a very small town in Mexico where they didn't have healthcare, and they were very afraid of having healthcare. And that helped me in the approach when I was designing this research. I also done, obviously, research here in America for better products and services. So I had the in-culture aspect of the research as well as the technical aspect of the research. If you're thinking, maybe I could do some research with Latinos, I would recommend you just to think if you have these qualities, if you can connect with them and unveil their truths and read through them, yes, you can do it. But if you cannot, and you're doing research with Latinos in sensitive topics, especially, it's very important that you have this type of partner that can do that. So a little bit of tips of how I did it. One of the things I do when I'm introducing myself is to share that I'm Mexican, and I speak the same language, use the same slang, say something that identifies me as Mexican. And I immediately notice how they relax because they feel that they can be themselves. And they know that this is going to be a friendly conversation. Also, through the moderation, I continually show appreciation to them, even when they share surprises, things that I will never think they will tell me, but I continue to think that I want them to tell me what is their truth and that they are appreciated, that they are accepted. And you know what happens when we feel appreciated and accepted? We outperform, we do our best. Another thing I do, especially in this project that was about research experience, was to ask them to tell me their story. That way they could recall their story, and that way I could remember their story. It also will help to tell them that this was a friendly conversation. They didn't need to act and respond with succinct responses and direct responses like the Anglo culture. They could be themselves. And that same style of communication, we both had it. I have to share that when Latinos were sharing their stories with me, I was very, very in tune to listen to what they were trying to tell me, because usually Latinos from other countries, they don't speak in direct responses. And when they're talking about experiences that they had, they don't know what is the point until the very end. So I was patient to understand them. In some cases, I had to use indirect questioning to fight something I call shame. Because if I ask a direct question about why you didn't see the doctor, they will feel that they will lose appreciation in the group, because, you know, not seeing the doctor when you need to see the doctor is not the right thing to do. So I will ask an indirect question. I will say, okay, how many people out of 100 go to the doctor in your neighborhood? And they will say, well, like 10. And well, I will tell them, why do you think these 90 people, why do you think they don't go to the doctor? And they will share all their truths. Oh, these neighbors, they don't have enough money to see the doctor. They don't have doctors that could see them after work. And they will even share their deepest fears. They are afraid to find that the doctor will see that they have a serious illness and they will soon die. So what were the insights that we learned, and how were we able to persuade the C-suite? Well, the first thing when you're doing research with people of other cultures is and you are introducing these insights, you need to show the client that this is the Latino's perspective. This is the problem from the Latino's perspective. The client is entitled to have his own perspective, but unless he understands the problem from the Latino's perspective, he's not going to be able to solve the problem. So it's a call to understand the other's perspective. And what we learn is that, yes, in the emergency room and outside of the emergency room, the Latinos were not feeling seen. They were not feeling heard. When they were going to the emergency room, they were waiting. They report waiting for hours, all through the night. And at the end of the night, they will be able to see the ER doctor. However, the most bicultural and savvy Latinos, they learn to show their healthcare insurance card right away to the receptionist. So that action will save them hours and hours of wait. When they saw the ER doctor, they had the feeling that the ER doctor really didn't understand what was the problem. The doctor will give them a painkiller and told them to visit a doctor outside of the emergency room and find a solution. They left disappointed that they had a huge bill and no cure. When they were calling doctors in order to make appointments, the receptionist told them that the doctors were not receiving patients anymore, and they couldn't find a doctor. The ones that looked for a doctor and found a doctor told me that they were disappointed that the doctor didn't believe that they had pain, that when they were saying, I have pain here, the doctor will not touch the area in order to find what was the problem, where was the problem, and that they were in some way disappointed, and they start thinking, maybe it's me, it's the color of my skin that is not helping me to get this good care that I need. The good news is that we were able to identify what was their desired experience with doctors. And we learned it through the experience of with the pediatricians. The pediatricians, everybody shared that when they brought their children with the pediatricians were able to provide a very good service because they will give time and understand the mother and take care of the child and explain what was the diagnosis and what was the treatment. And that was exactly what they were expecting from a doctor for Hispanic adults. The issue is that here in America, we don't have that doctor. I mean, those doctors are not the main doctors in this modern healthcare system. It's very hard to find these doctors that will see them and connect with them and will communicate with them, give them time and manage their fears. So when we identified that the way the doctors were providing the service and not gaining the trust of the Latinos, the hospital learned that they needed to change. There was something they needed to change. So when I shared the recommendations about implementing a cultural competency training for the medical staff and the physicians, they agree that they needed to help their staff to learn about the perspective of the Latinos and how they want to be treated. Secondly, I told them to consider offering a doctor referral system. So when the Latino leaves the emergency room, they have the name and the phone number of doctors that are Latino friendly, that want them as patients and that also offer affordable consultations. The CEO of this hospital told me that they were gonna follow these recommendations as well as other ideas that we discussed. And I spoke with my client later, a few years later, and she told me that they were able to reduce the emergency room revisits and change from red numbers to black numbers, which was great. So what is the opportunity? The opportunity and what we learn is that in these cases where we have healthcare bias, it's very important to do in cultural research to bring the perspective of the other culture. It's not just the right thing to do for the culture that we're studying, but it's also a smart thing to do for the business. That way we can identify who are the key people that we need to talk to, have the right researcher that will inspire this group to share their truths, and also define the experience from the other culture's perspective, in this case, from the Latinos' perspective, and find the barriers and remove those barriers in the recommendation. And this is something that I just feel I want to tell you now. I didn't share this with my clients, but in healthcare, where doctors are treating people from a different group, people that they see different than themselves, there is little emotional connection that will motivate them to serve them. That's why there are communication problems. That's why the medical staff and the doctors tend to neglect this population, including Serena Williams. So in this case, the Latinos couldn't overcome these cultural barriers. They were in pain. They couldn't gain these doctors to help them. But with this research, we can prove that cross-cultural understanding helps to remove the medical staff bias. So next time that you're thinking in doing healthcare and your next project or any other research where service is involved, I encourage you to think and hear the voices of Latinos and people of other cultures and answer their petitions. Will you see me? Will you hear me? Will you give me a voice? And with this, I thank you, and I'm open for any questions.
Thank you very much, Isabel. I think we saw them, we heard them, and you gave them a voice for us today. Before going into the questions, I was wondering on the tool that was created based on the research, this cultural sensitivity training, you called it, or is
cultural
it
competency training? Yes.
Yes. Were you involved in creating that, or what parts of the research were involved in creating the cultural competency training, or is there another entity that takes these insights and?
Yes, I recommend them. There is a group of doctors that are bicultural that can speak with the doctors and share the Latino perspective as well as the doctor perspective. So they hire a different group of people. But I remember the client told me that they use the insight from this research for these doctors to provide that cultural competency training, because it had to be localized to what was the problem that these patients were having in the emergency room.
Thank you. So we do have a question on process and research that says, how were the respondents recruited? Did the hospital help with the recruitment? Were they independently recruited? How was the process?
It was in culture process. These were small cities, small towns. So I recruited recruiters from a church. I asked the church to lend me a place to do the research, because it's a place where they felt safe. And the recruiters that I recruited used the screeners, and they were present in the groups. So they know that I was treating the Latinos right.
That's very interesting. Did you also have any kind of ethnographic component where you went to the hospital and observed what was?
Yes, I did. And that was in another presentation. Because of the time, I didn't share it here, but I went to the hospitals of the clients, the hospitals of the competition. I went to the Mexican supermarkets, and I saw how the OTC area, the over-the-counter area of their pharmacy, it was enlarged with many painkillers and many teas, which suggested that their Latinos were self-medicating. I also noticed that this hospital didn't have signage in Spanish compared to the competition, that suggested that these hospitals were less inclusive than the competition.
So there's so much in culture research than just conversations with the person,
Yes.
the patients. There's so much more that you also did. What if we are from another culture? How can we lose our own biases as researchers from another culture and make sure that we are good researchers in this context?
That's a great question, and I love that question. I always suggest to read books, but that's not, for me, the best way as researchers. We are people that feel people, that empathize with people. So I always recommend to find a friend from a different culture and develop that friendship. And at the end, you will understand that they are the same. They're humans. They have the emotions. They have needs. And you will be less afraid of their color of their skin and more appreciative of who they are.
Actually, there is another question that just came through in the chat. I'm sorry. One that's very similar to one that I asked, but there's a second part to it. Are there times when you believe it's not as important to match the culture of the interviewer to the participant? Let's say if the topic is not particularly sensitive or any other context.
I leave it to the person that is doing the research. In my experience, when you connect culturally with Latinos and you have the same level of understanding from the researcher, you unveil more truths and you allow to, like let's say, more understanding about that culture than if you don't understand that culture. And a lot is in the context. You know that many, I don't know if you know, but Latinos don't respect directly. They don't tell you, especially Mexicans, I feel like this. And many of us are not self-aware. So you need someone that will read between lines and understand what is the problem. And sometimes, even if the researchers are in tune to listen to people of other cultures, if they don't understand that culture, they might lose it. They might know what is going on in the focus group, and they might not know what was going on when they're doing the research. So that's why I recommend that. I myself hire African-American researchers for projects where I'm doing also African-American research, because I feel that they will be able to provide that secret ingredient of deep understanding and connection.
Hi, everybody. This is Laura Oswald. I'm the president of Marketing Semiotics, which I founded about 20 years ago. The particular study started back early in the 2000s when I was doing some work at the Loyola University Center for Urban Research and Learning, and they said, "Would you like some?" I had not really done much ethnography at that point, and they said, "Would you like to work with the board of the Garfield Park Conservatory? They need some research." And so I spent a lot of time at this research because they gave me some benefits and things, but I mainly did this pro bono because I just thought it was so interesting and I was learning a lot. So there was the initial study that took me about a year, and then over the years, because I was very fascinated and I became connected to the people in the neighborhood, and I was really interested in pursuing a longer kind of research article on the topic. So I did spend quite a bit of time over there over the years. At the end of the day, it became a study in cultures and contact, and it's something that has persisted throughout my career as an interest of mine, is how people relate, how they bring their culture to the consumer research. And I think it's an excellent segue from the first presentation having to do with, you need to realize that people are coming at this situation completely differently, and just by translating their language is not going to cut it. So the Garfield Park Conservatory, it was built in 1908. It was the conservatories are basically these horticultural centers where they preserve and show exotic plants, orchids, palm trees, and things like that. And in the turn of the century, this was a very wealthy neighborhood. You'll see a lot of old mansions some of them were torn down, but it was really very plush with prosperity and all the things that go into, very nice upper middle class neighborhood. What happened in the 1940s was they, after the war, the economy declined. And then from the majority of the Great Migration happened between the 1950s and the 1940s, when hundreds of thousands of working class African Americans moved north from the South, mostly the Mississippi Delta, Louisiana, that area, because they were facing racism, lack of jobs. A lot of them were sharecroppers on somebody else's farm, so they had a lot of agricultural background. And so what happened was businesses started to close. There was this what they call the white flight phenomenon, where people just could, in those days, back in the 50s and early 60s, if you had a Black person in your neighborhood, you could assume that your value of your property is going to go down. So people started fleeing to the neighborhoods. And what you ended up with is the conservatory, which is a pretty fancy, luxurious, world-class institution, being surrounded by a lot of, most of the residents who were, working class or poor African Americans. Some of them were in halfway houses. Some of them owned their own homes. There were still people that did that. So when I went out there for the first time, the reason that the conservatory brought me in was they were being threatened with closure. A severe ice storm in Chicago broke a lot of the glasses. The plants were dying, and they needed public funding. And, dwindling public, because who wants to go out there with the threat? There was a lot of stuff in the papers, how crime ridden the neighborhood was and things like that. And even then, because the city kept cutting back on transportation in the city, and every time they'd cut something back, they'd cut it back in a neighborhood that didn't have cars. It's like, so getting to the conservatory was really challenging. And also the local residents really didn't want anything to do with it. It was not something that really interested them. The challenge was that the conservatory was facing a need for public funding. And in order to justify getting money from the government, they had to prove that their programs were of relevance to the local population. So they wanted to know why local residents failed to attend flower shows and programs at the conservatory. And second, can I create a marketing program like advertising and public relations to attract local residents? Now imagine you're in a neighborhood where a lot of the people don't even have housing and you're thinking of sending out a brochure. It was like they had no idea. And then there was the research barrier. There were no recruitment facilities out there, guys. There weren't any grocery stores. There were no clubs. There was no YMCA. People ate from these little bodegas, and there were out liquor stores, and there was no downtown. So when we talked about, recruiting people that you want to get like a street level, it was really quite challenging. So that was a big question. And I think that the research methods themselves are pretty interesting because it was totally exploratory. We had some list from the conservatory of previous like schools and institutions and government people that had, local aldermen and things like that. So we would talk to these teachers, we talked to principals at the schools, and we found out how difficult it is to live out there because if a kid wants to walk to school, they were threatened by gangs. So there was all these territories and you don't dare walk across this line or you could be, attacked, or mostly the danger was to be recruited by the gangs. And that was a real problem. So it was really interesting. So I started out by just talking to a bunch of people. So we would call this emergent design. I had no idea what I would find. I didn't know there were any gardeners out there. I just knew that they had trouble bringing people in, and we sort of identified, demographic and economic issues, like how do you get to the conservatory? Should we set up a bus service? Do people know about the conservatory? How do you get the word out? So I really didn't know what I would find, and looked at tons of secondary sources. We had some structured interviews with people at schools and churches and the alderman's office and some of the social services places, and they pretty much told me the same thing. There's economics, there's racism. The city doesn't feel it's a really important place. In fact, if you read the paper, if you go, even recently, even though there's been some improvement out there, if you go online and ask about the west side of Chicago, the #1 crime center of the city is very dangerous. There's all these people doing drugs. So I assumed that it was just going to be a wasteland when I went out there. And I found out that was quite different. And then there was this informal networking, I would say was the key way that I recruited people. And it was really random. So I was talking to this teacher. I had talked to so many people, and I was talking to a teacher. She said, these senior citizens out there, and she gave me the name of a couple of streets. She said, they've got these gardens where, they've really taken an empty lot. And in fact, that was the thing I noticed when I first drove out there. It's like 5 miles from downtown, but you'd think it was on another planet. It was burnt out buildings, empty lots. During the riots of 1968, when Martin Luther King was killed, they burned down the west side, and a lot of those burned out buildings were still there. So that was kind of what I found. And then when I went to this address, it was a nice, tidy little home, and there was a 2-flat next door. And so there'd be patches of these really nice buildings that the people owned, and they didn't want to move out because they had these investments in their houses. I did ethnographic observations of the gardens, of their gardening events. I went to lots of gardens that were not maintained by a person in particular, but had been created by local people, and semi-structured interviews. Over time, as I said, even the protocol kind of evolved over time. So I kind of got started on, just kind of groping for what to say to them. Tell me basically that narrative that we were talking about earlier. Tell me how you got started, and then so there'd be a few questions I would start out with, and then let them go. And then semiotics really gave me a way of understanding more some of the structural conflicts between these two cultures that were getting in the way. So here's what I found after going to, I think I started out at the Maypole Street Garden. They're in Garfield Park. And the women said, well, they were both working as nurses' aides, or the hospitals tended to hire a lot of people that I talked to. And they were retired, and they had this one woman, one woman has a house, and the other has a 2-flat, and very nicely maintained. And they said, we're looking at our backyard, and there was this empty lot next to us. And in that case, a lot of times you'd have drug dealers hanging out in this empty building and drawing people that are no good and that kind of thing. So they actually said, what are we going to do with this except complain about it? And she said, well, let's call the alderman and tell him to get out here. And so they had the building torn down, and then they asked the city to come out and clean up the lot. And then they just talk about how they went and got some railroad ties. They called the railroad company. It was a train that had stopped running, and got the railroad trains out, the railroad boards out into the garden so they could have a raised bed. And they started growing things like flowers, and then they acquired a lot next door. All they had to do is go to the city and say, can we rent this lot or have this lot as access? So they built a gazebo on one of them. And same thing, this guy who's the Lawndale Slum Busters, this guy is a total activist. He said, I was inspired back in the 60s because Martin Luther King spent about a year on the West Side, generating activism. And this guy said, I learned from Martin Luther King that you have to get out there and take action and confront City Hall. And that's pretty much what he started doing. And it was like a mission for him. It had social components. He would bring, neighbors in to clear out the lots, call the City Hall again. There was all sorts of garbage over there because construction companies come and just dump all their garbage there. So he got that all cleaned up, and then a friend of him he and a friend would put a fence around it so people couldn't add to it, and then they would involve the schools. He got the kids really involved. In a neighborhood like that, having the youth, giving something to the youth to do is a very important thing. And then the women up there on the top in the middle, they were talking about how gardening had really helped them, and they grow food. I said, and one woman that we talked to was developing a relationship with the Black organic farmers in Northern Illinois to have organic farming done on these empty lots so that they could create food. She said, my son has allergies and there's nowhere around here that I can buy food. It's ridiculous, but that's true. If you don't have a car and you can drive an hour outside to go to a suburb, to a supermarket, imagine this condition like that for research. As I said, though, what I found as, and I was a white person talking to these people. I had a woman from Loyola who was Black, and she was from Lincoln Park, a fancy neighborhood. And everyone sort of assumed because she was Black, she was going to do really well with this population. And I would get to an interview before her, and this would be even at a school. And the woman was opening her heart and all this stuff. And this woman with from Lincoln Park with the gold chains and everything, the woman would stop talking because it was that class difference more than the race that seemed to get in the way. Plus, I discovered as a researcher early on that if I just keep my mouth shut and nod a lot, I can get a lot of information from people. The one thing they didn't want to talk about, I kept wanting to probe them for what life was like in the South, and I couldn't get them to budge on that one. So basically what we have here is, there's a lot of stories. I'm afraid I could go over. I might, if I have time, I'll talk to you more about what they did. But we have basically here a cultural binary. You have conservatory gardening, which is kind of elite European culture. The benefits is that they're looking to entertain people, mainly people who just think that's a nice afternoon to stroll around the garden. Rare plants, trees, and shrubs that require a fair amount of expertise to maintain, and not to mention all the effort that goes into keeping them watered and having the environment of this conservatory, which is basically a glass globe, have the climate controlled. It's a cash economy. In other words, it was just, traditionally you'd buy a ticket or buy a membership. Right now, it's pretty much subsidized by the city. And their cultural strategy here was acculturation. And this is becoming kind of a bad word in the social sciences because it's all about helping local residents because they're so poor and unfortunate. If you could just be more like us, you'll be happy. And they actually literally thought that if the benefit to the neighborhood is they come in here, they spend some relaxing time with all the beautiful plants, smell the beautiful garden and stuff, and that they will improve. And then we look at the community garden. Well, the culture is rural Southern African Americans. They grew up on farms, and the benefits is they produced food. They reclaimed urban land by removing, the old buildings. Environmental beautification so that people are not looking out on a pile of garbage when they open their window, and informal inherited practices that they passed along from generation to generation. It's a volunteer economy. It's amateurs and neighbors, a meeting of neighbors, and it was very much of a social dynamic. networking and dialogue seem to be the main way. It's not just us teaching you, but how they make those exchanges. The cultural strategies have to do with social organization and empowerment. And that guy I told you who was a slum buster did precisely that. He'd organize parades to try and bring the media. Who would get the media involved? Because he said they need to see what goes on the West Side. Ethnic and solidarity and identity, and cultural reproduction, which is a key thing in this notion of acculturation, because this is not a melting pot. I've discovered all over the place that you might have one foot in the mainstream culture and the rest of the other, you'll maybe your meals or different activities would be very much implanted in your ethnic culture. So the recommendation had to, number one, traditional marketing is not the solution. Interact with the community, get to know who they are. And you guys are experts at horticulture, and I'm sure these people would love to have the information that you could share by just going to their place instead of them coming to you. Integrate their culture into the conservatory, and think about the marketing strategy mainly about meeting people face to face or having public, public relations with the schools and things like that to make sure that they have school visits and things like that. So here's what happened as the result of this research, and it's ongoing. It's just amazing. They actually built a community garden on the premises. It's like a 5-acre property that the conservatory is located on. So here's an example. They have a garden out there where people from the community can come and maintain whatever they planted. They have lessons so that people will give them lessons while they're there. So the idea of having a community garden on the premises of this fancy, formal, elite culture is radical. They had a farmer's market for people that have been, growing vegetables. They had a farmer's market right there next to the dome, where on Saturdays you could come and sell your wares. They have classes on local gardeners can come to the conservatory and learn how to better plant the things for that particular season. And then most recently, I noticed that they have a whole program, and I'm sure this is funded by other organizations, where they train kids from the local high schools how in plant conservancy and horticulture, and they also lead some of the tours of people visiting the conservatory. And the other thing I thought was really funny is fun on the website is reservations are free and required to enter the conservatory. Advanced reservations are strongly recommended. Walk-up reservations are prioritized for Garfield Park and West Side neighbors and members. And so they're saying this is our target market now. It's not just the middle-class people from downtown. It's incredible. So looking at the semiotics of this, and I think this is really important when you start to conceptualize what does this mean for public policy, or how do we conceptualize this? You've got community gardens on the one side, African-American, informal culture, rural, popular culture, reciprocal economy, contingent ecosystem, open discourse, and I would like to say cultural reproduction. The conservatory is about European-American, formal culture, urban, elite culture, cash economy, self-contained, closed discourse, and acculturation, and helping pull up the lower people to be more like us. But what we discovered is, in fact, and I've actually published an article called Culture Swapping on Haitian Ethnicity, which in the Journal of Consumer Research, where I said, you guys, this whole notion of segmentation of markets is over, because within the same household, you're going to see a blend and a movement. As I said before, maybe part of your day is spent with your grandpa who's ethnic, and your kids are at school, so you'll do more American kinds or mainstream kinds of things. So it's constantly fluid. And so I think of this cultures in cooperation rather than one culture dominating the other. And that's the way I kind of imagine that, because it's not integration. It's kind of a free-flowing diversity kind of approach. So their public policy then, for the results were that their public policy was turned around: cooperation, not acculturation; diversity rather than melting pot; sustainable rather than wasteful use of public policy, because they throw millions of dollars after these populations they're not interested in what you're giving us. It's just do something that has more to do with us. And then this realistic marketing focus, personal relationships, gardeners and horticulturists, word of mouth, community gatekeepers, they are powerful. These gardeners have so much influence. And then public relations, outreach to school, churches, etc. That's it.
Thank you, Alana. Much appreciated. Really excited to be here. Blessed to be and following Isabel, Laura, both fantastic presentations. And I actually see, I think, a lot of parallels too in terms of both talking about discourses and paradigms, storytelling and nature with the gardening. So I actually see a lot of parallels even beyond the larger theme of one, celebrating research and also doing good in the world, or research that has the potential to do good in the world. So I'm going to be talking about a study that is a business to business study and focusing on how there are researchers unveiling shifting paradigms, and specifically it's a cooperation versus competitive point of view coming through in this research, and in particular focused on sustainable farming. And I'll talk more about what sustainable farming is. So just we'll touch on research as our hero, just a brief bit about me, and then the study context, findings, implications, and outcomes. So just wanting to call attention to that really what we are celebrating today is research, and that we're good to have it with us. And when it accompanies us on the path to good, which is another piece of what we're celebrating today, we're on a good path. So I'm a language-focused researcher. I'm attentive to language that people use in order to understand the meaning and the worlds that we create and recreate with our talk. And really, it's a lot similar to what Laura was talking about. And through language, we can see different paradigm differences to better understand how we view the world. I mean, there's no one way to view the world or create the world or create meaning. So language can help us understand that. And I guess I should say, Finch and the Frog is my company, and I'm the founder and owner of that. Also want to say thank you to SIVO Insights, this research, this particular case study that I'm presenting. I worked through SIVO Insights, which is also a market research agency. So the study involves sustainability in the environment. As I mentioned earlier, it's a business to business case study. So had a client that's a large commodities company that trades in commodities, and wanted to evaluate the value of carbon reductions using regenerative agriculture. It's a sustainable agricultural practice, often called regen ag. And I'll say more about what that is, what makes it regen ag. The hypothesis for the client going in was that there could be value extracted from selling commodities that would be associated with this numeric reduction in the carbon footprint of the customer who would be purchasing. And most of these customers were large food production companies. Often they would be, end consumer facing. We would know their names. Not always. Sometimes they would be kind of in between, and we would be less familiar with their names. Typically large international companies. So I want to set up the context for this. Why did the client have this hypothesis? Why did they think that there might be value for their own customers to have a reduction in their carbon footprint? Companies are increasingly setting these commitments or targets for their carbon reduction, often by 20, some have done by 2025, but a lot for 2030 and then 2050, saying how much they'll reduce their carbon footprint. Those commitments concern what are often called scope 1 and 2 and 3. Scope 1 and 2 are basically your own practices. You have your own food production plant. You're creating carbon emissions within that food production plant. You're buying electricity from the local utility. Those are your scope 1 and 2 carbon footprint emissions. But we also have scope 3. And so that looks across the supply chain. And so if I'm a big food manufacturer and I'm purchasing upstream commodities from a supplier, they are my scope 3 carbon emissions. And I am making a commitment to also reduce those. And it is for that reason that the client had the hypothesis that their customers might value the chance to reduce the carbon footprint numerically and through this practice of sustainable ag or regen ag. So what is regenerative agriculture? These are really practices that increase the health and productivity of soils where crops are grown. common practices include crop rotation, so you're not depleting the soil, you're having different kind of minerals and other nutrient interactions between soil and microbes by changing them out and not always doing the same crop year after year. Using cover crops so that more of the soil is both covered, and that means more soil has roots in it. No and low tillage, again, not disrupting the soil. Grazing from livestock, the hooves from livestock can be used to also maintain the health and create health in the soil. And the outcomes are, as I keep saying, healthier soils, so more resilient, productive crops. One of the sustainability leaders, I might have said that, who I interviewed were sustainability leaders from these large companies that were customers of the commodities dealer. One of them talked about dirt versus soil, right? Dirt is dead, soil is living and it's full of microbes and it's productive. Regenerative agriculture is often associated with reduced fertilizer to no fertilizer, reduced to no pesticide. Fertilizer itself creates direct emissions of carbon. Pesticides can affect the biodiversity both above and below ground, and so the health of that ecosystem. As such, biodiversity is also associated with sustainable agriculture. You want to have a lot of life in the soil, and that includes different microbes. So that's also associated. And then improved water retention is associated with regenerative agriculture. Read something the other day that land that was renewed through regenerative agriculture had gone where water would only go about a half an inch deep, but through practices that created healthy soil, then it went down. It was quite a bit farther. I don't want to say 10 inches or if it was 10 feet. You'd think I'd remember that little difference. It's quite large, but it was quite a big difference in the ability of the soil to absorb water, which is, of course, essential for plants to grow. And then a part of that process of making these healthier soils and plants being in the ground is a sequestration of carbon. There's a through photosynthesis, carbon is created and sequestered in the soil. So as I had mentioned, the client's hypothesis going into this was that the value would be sequestering this CO2, the carbon in the soil, that the customer could purchase a commodity and it would be associated with a numeric reduction that they could claim as what's called an inset. Inset being different than, I don't know if you've heard of carbon offsets, but that's outside of your supply chain. When it's inset, it's within your own supply chain, which is typically the goal. What we learned is that for the customers that we were interviewing, that they valued the gestalt and the holistic picture. They wanted to see the health of the soil return, the productivity of the land created. And similar slide, but kind of on the left here is again that client's hypotheses where you're sequestering the carbon, but on the right, what they value is this sustainability, and it's sustainability of themselves as a company, farmers, and food production. You know, there's a couple factors. One, since World War II, we started chemical farming and we moved to types of practices of long row crops and using in what are called inputs, and that's fertilizer and pesticides. And when you do that kind of farming, you can get things like the Dust Bowl from the Great Plains in the 1930s. So that is on the minds of customers, and that they're concerned, that they were really concerned. And so they're concerned about their own sustainability. And then with global climate change, we're having more and more erratic, unpredictable weather events. That's also creating a concern and a need to make sure that the soil where farming is happening is as healthy and resilient as possible. And then you add to that too, that the population has been increasing quite dramatically. We went from 6 billion people on the planet in around 2000 to now we're at 8 billion in 2023. So there is also at the same time as this is happening, more and more people to feed. So food production companies are confronting that nature is complex. They're having to move from a world where often in business, right, we think about linear, easily quantifiable metrics But they become more difficult when we're talking about nature and we're taking Earth into consideration. Ecosystems are always in flux, they're complex, they're living. So accounting for them is not so simple as maybe accounting for your bottom line. It's a different paradigm, it's a different way of kind of working in the world. And speaking of ecosystems, the other thing that came out in the interviews with the sustainability leaders is that the customers of the client really want cooperation. They want companies to be working together and not competing. Part of that is so you're not competing for government dollars that are available. Part of that is so you're not competing for NGO support that's available. Another reason given was that you don't want farmers turning in every direction, not knowing what programs for regenerative agriculture to participate in, kind of flipping from program to program, because what they really are looking for is to socialize these practices. And so that we kind of go back to the future, we go back to a world where regenerative agriculture becomes the norm. It's no longer this monoculture, rows of one crop, dead depleted soils with all of these inputs that add carbon to the atmosphere and further hurt biodiversity, which is under great strain today in terms of insects and birds and other biodiversity. So they really want collaboration over competition, at least in the space of regenerative agriculture, and building that as a normalized practice. So implications is that the learnings are more than a product benefit list. We have a meeting of the tides or paradigms, and Laura really talked about this quite nicely in these two paradigmatic differences or ways of seeing and living and being in the world, with when she talked about the gardens in Chicago and the conservatory in Chicago. So when we're conducting research in spaces of change or potential change, which both Laura and Isabel really helped create change, we are likely to confront paradigms that are in tension. Every company for itself versus collaboration. So as researchers working in these spaces, I think we really have an opportunity to make those paradigms visible, because often paradigms can really sit just invisible in front of us, as it did, as Laura talked about, or as for the hospital with Isabel, just kind of a blindness to the paradigms in the world we work within and how they may be at clash with someone else's world, or a clash with the world of nature and what is good for the very earth that we live on. So we have that opportunity to see that and to show our sponsors that. And last minute, I pulled this in, inspired by Laura's slide. And this was a slide that I had from, so this had two phases, the research that I did. It had, did it in the US or in North America, and then in Europe, and this came out of the first phase. But you were seeing, like, what were they talking about? What was their mindset? What did you keep hearing come through from the sustainability leaders that I was interviewing? Was talking about life, the life of farmers, livelihood, life of biodiverse, beings and bees and microbes and birds, ecosystems. They talked about both at macro and micro levels, locality. They talked about interconnectivity, socialization, socializing, going into like regenerative agriculture, resiliency, providing stories, consumers' point of view, non-transactional, partnership-based, collaborations. You would just hear that again and again about, well, we're in a pilot, well, we're collaborating, we're looking to collaborate, we'd like to collaborate, versus a carbon emissions mindset, which was more scientific, technological, quantitative. I will say that in the EU research, there was a bit, sustainability leaders were a bit more focused on carbon reductions as being essential, but not so much as a quantified thing within regenerative ag. Europe is actually now creating rules where products cannot be brought in that are associated with deforestation. So that's a big focus for European companies, and simply by not being involved with deforestation will have a big impact on their carbon footprint, because deforestation has a high impact on the carbon emissions. So what were the outcomes of the research from the customer that we're working for? As a result of the study, they are shifting their offering to go from a carbon quantification reduction point of view to offering regen ag as a practice that would be associated with the commodities that they're selling, and are moving from not so much framing the program as transactional to more partnership-based framing. And what does this research show us, but of course also Laura's and Isabel's research also, that research can help us see the paradigms and the meaning worlds that are in play in the spaces we investigate: competition versus collaboration, systems thinking versus linear, relational versus transactional. Isabel, you talked about storytelling, and that's a discourse, it's a type of discourse, right? The folks who are coming into the hospital trying to explain what's wrong with them, they're going to relay that in a story. That's how they communicate. And so to be heard about why your stomach hurts, you need to be able to understand and listen to story, right? So even that's sort of a paradigm difference, or it's a meaning world difference, because the way to make meaning and the way to relay and communicate is through storytelling. So seeing those paradigms that are in play is an opportunity to help clients move beyond just a product attributes list, right? And to get to value and belief systems and work from there with a deeper understanding of value and beliefs systems. And then for ourselves, our own journey is each time we do these studies, each time we can have an experience where we're learning about paradigms and seeing paradigms that are in contrast or binaries, as I think Susanna had put in the chat earlier, like that binary oppositions. It can help and thicken our own research schema around cognitive models, and we can get better at looking for them and identifying them. So that's all that I had for my what I wanted to share.
Welcome to International Market Research Day 2025, where we celebrate the power of insight, the elegance of data, and the influence of understanding. Today, we begin a journey to explore how market research fuels social innovation, promotes well-being, and addresses global challenges. From Tokyo to Toronto, from Mumbai to Madrid, insight professionals around the globe are shaping a brighter future. At IMRD 25, we bring together the leading minds in our field to exchange knowledge, spark innovation, and build meaningful connections. Join us as we celebrate the joy and achievements of market research. Together, we'll uncover the needs and preferences of diverse societal segments, develop inclusive, accessible, and beneficial solutions, and showcase the powerful role we have on shaping a smarter, more sustainable world. This year, we introduce a week-long celebration within the festivities, featuring a rich assortment of events, publications, podcasts, guidelines, and papers, because together, we celebrate research. Happy International Market Research Day.
Para conduzir entrevistas. Eu vou compartilhar com vocês hoje uma apresentação que eu fiz no 11º Congresso da ABEP, em São Paulo, no Brasil. E a ideia é compartilhar com todos vocês que estão acompanhando esse dia muito importante, o Dia Internacional de Pesquisa de Mercado, o IMRD, promovido pela Esomar. Eu vou apresentar para vocês exatamente o que eu apresentei na ABEP. A primeira coisa que eu gostaria de enaltecer aqui é que, embora a gente esteja falando sobre inteligência artificial, eu vou mostrar um case onde vocês vão entender o uso de inteligência artificial, de IA, né, na avaliação de uma tendência. É uma tendência emergente que fala sobre usar mais e lavar menos roupas, que foi feito através dessa metodologia qualitativa. primeira coisa é que, independentemente da gente estar usando IA, a conversa é a base de tudo. Então, essa entrevista conduzida por IA significa que o IA foi treinado para conversar com os consumidores e fazer perguntas e fazer explorações em cada resposta, da mesma maneira que uma moderação humana poderia fazer. Então, a conversa ela é ainda a base da entrevista. A gente combinou a inteligência de IA na condução de entrevistas qualitativas, entrevistas em profundidade, com o objetivo de também entender o porquê, mas trazendo insights poderosos numa fração menor de tempo e um investimento menor em termos de custo. O processo em si, ele contempla 4 passos, né? A partir do momento que a gente decidiu fazer essa pesquisa, a gente entrou no passo 1, que seria colocar no dashboard todas as informações em relação a com quem a gente gostaria de falar, o perfil do entrevistado, quantas entrevistas gostaríamos de fazer, em que países, qual era o objetivo, né, na avaliação dessa tendência, e também, a partir de todas essas informações, o IA gerou um roteiro de discussão. Uma vez que esse roteiro estava pronto e ajustado, de acordo com também os nossos retoques, a gente foi para o passo 2, que seria o recrutamento desses respondentes, que a gente qualificou como parte dessa pesquisa. A partir do recrutamento feito, se iniciava o processo de entrevista. O IA conduz até 100 entrevistas por projeto, então a gente diz que a gente é uma qualitativa em escala, um dos benefícios do uso de IA. E depois dessas entrevistas conduzidas, que poderiam ser conduzidas tanto no celular dos respondentes, como também pelo desktop que eles possam usar, é uma eleição que eles fazem, o relatório foi entregue em menos de 24 horas. O que torna o nosso IA diferente lá na Bolt, né? Primeiro que eles são treinados, não só antes de lançar esse produto no mercado, a gente os treinou, como a gente continua treinando. Além do moderador, temos também a participação de um supervisor, que é o que a gente chama de AI Referee, que vai junto no momento da entrevista com o moderador IA para visar a melhor qualidade da entrevista nas respostas, inspirar sobre quais são as oportunidades de explorar melhor as respostas dadas, ou mesmo de desqualificar um consumidor que não está contribuindo ou não está dando respostas muito ricas que poderiam gerar aí os insights necessários. Além disso, o nosso IA, ele sente emoções ou opiniões fortes nas respostas, o que também amplia o escopo de análise dos resultados. E outro diferencial é que, junto com o AI, tem sempre alguém do nosso time, né? A gente é uma combinação de humanos com a utilização de AI para aprimorar os nossos processos, né, acelerar a condução das entrevistas e também da análise. Mas nós estamos em cada um daqueles espaços que eu apresentei, que é desde o momento de fazer o setup do projeto, acompanhar a qualidade do recrutamento, a qualidade das entrevistas e a qualidade dos insights gerados através do relatório gerado pelo IA. Então, a gente gosta de dizer que, na verdade, o nosso IA, ele não aplica um questionário na sequência de respostas. Ele simplesmente segue o fluxo de um roteiro para basear essa conversa com o respondente, e vai explorando ao longo desse momento da entrevista, que dura até 30 minutos. Agora, eu vou mostrar aqui para vocês como é que é a perspectiva do respondente, né? Como é a experiência para o entrevistado? Ele pode responder de qualquer lugar, não precisa de nenhum aplicativo. Esse é um exemplo de uma resposta em vídeo que pode ser utilizada.
Since taking these vitamins, I definitely say my body feels more healthy. I used to feel quite fatigued in the morning, and like I said earlier, I used to get headaches quite often.
Os consumidores podem fazer o download, o upload, desculpa, de qualquer tipo de imagem, né? Dividir vídeos ou algo que seja relevante para o projeto. Vocês vão ver que o AI vai reagir automaticamente a essa imagem compartilhada e fazer perguntas sobre ela. E também tem a
So
opção
my
de
last
respostas
purchase,
em
I
áudio.
actually went in store to Boots. I'm very lucky that I actually live quite close to my local store. So it's sort of now in my routine. Whenever I notice that I've only got 2 or 3 tablets left, I will actively make the choice to go down to my local shop, and I will purchase a new bottle of the daily vitamins that I use.
E o IA vai escutar imediatamente e, a partir disso, vai fazer perguntas para entender a resposta do participante. Então, vamos entrar para os resultados da nossa pesquisa, que visava explorar oportunidades de crescimento para a indústria, avaliando a tendência emergente que eu mencionei antes: use mais, lave menos. Usar mais, lavar menos é uma tendência que traz a consciência do consumo de água e de luz no processo de lavagem de roupas e tem como intenção, através dessa consciência, fazer com que haja essa mudança de comportamento do consumidor. E se o mundo reduzisse o uso da água investido na lavagem de roupas em apenas 10%, qual seria o impacto disso? Como a gente fez essa pesquisa? Primeiro, a gente investigou os hábitos de lavagem do consumidor, e com foco nessa tendência de usar mais, lavar menos, explorando a conscientização, as percepções, motivações e barreiras associadas a ela. Nós fizemos 100 entrevistas no Brasil e 100 entrevistas nos Estados Unidos com homens e mulheres de 25 a 55 anos que tivessem ou não filhos no domicílio e usuários das categorias usadas na lavanderia, que são detergente e amaciantes para roupas. Nós fizemos o campo em 24 horas, fizemos entrevistas utilizando o AI como moderador, tanto falando, ou seja, utilizando o AI com voz, ou mesmo com texto, usando o contexto do roteiro da entrevista. E as respostas, elas foram recebidas tanto em texto, como em áudio e em vídeo, ou mesmo em voz, se a entrevista fosse conduzida por voz pelo AI. Aqui temos um exemplo de como fica a comparação entre uma entrevista conduzida por voz ou uma entrevista conduzida por texto pelo AI.
Você acha que pode estar lavando suas roupas demais? Por que sim ou por que não?
Sim, pode ser que eu esteja lavando as minhas roupas demais mesmo, pode ser, porque geralmente é um dia sim, um dia não, eu acho que é por isso que elas acabam se desbotando muito rápido.
E aqui a gente tem a outra entrevista, onde o AI fala em texto. A maioria dos consumidores não considera que lava demais. Lavar as roupas atende a uma necessidade pessoal de se sentir limpo e também revela a preocupação social com a aparência. Então, nesse sentido, se a maioria acredita que não lava demais, o desejo que tem por trás desse hábito de lavar roupa é por frescor e por limpeza. Aqui a gente vê alguns textuais, né? Eu não acho que estou lavando demais, disse uma consumidora americana. Quanto mais frequentemente eu uso algo, maior a probabilidade de lavar para se manter limpo. Ou uma consumidora brasileira que diz: eu acredito que posso estar lavando muita roupa, já que lavo roupa todos os dias, mas é uma demanda da minha família, não tem nada a ver com um hábito de lavar mais, né? Assim, a gente entende que essa tendência traz medo e preocupação, né? Os sentimentos associados à reação dessa tendência são as preocupações com a higiene, né? O medo de odores, de bactérias e um forte desejo de limpeza, e também uma percepção social, né? Existe uma preocupação em ser julgado negativamente se as roupas não foram lavadas frequentemente. E assim a gente vê, através dessa pesquisa, que se revela um conflito entre os valores e os hábitos. Há sentimentos de culpa e desejo de ajudar o planeta, reduzindo, né, aí o uso de água. A preocupação pelo meio ambiente é algo que sim existe. Existe também um sentimento de alívio que a economia pode trazer com essa mudança de hábito, né, através também dos custos envolvidos na lavagem de roupas, mas existe uma frustração com as limitações, né? Como que eu vou contribuir, por exemplo, os respondentes do Brasil, se o clima é muito quente e úmido? Eu preciso lavar a roupa. Ou seja, isso tudo contribui para que a gente identifique as barreiras associadas à adoção dessas tendências. As preocupações com a higiene e as normas sociais e culturais trazem um medo para participar e contribuir com o mundo. Ou seja, existe uma rejeição a essa tendência. Entre os mais jovens e as famílias que não têm filhos, e até alguns homens, existe uma certa adoção, uma certa abertura a aderir a essa tendência. Mas é muito restrito, né? Ainda que eles estejam mais abertos, a gente percebe que existe ainda essas barreiras que eu acabei de mencionar. Eu me preocupo com o planeta, mas sempre fiz assim e gosto, então eu não mudo, disse um homem lá dos Estados Unidos. É uma ideia prática, mas eu tenho preocupações com a higiene, disse uma mulher que não tem filhos. Sempre me preocupei muito com o meio ambiente, eu já não lavo muitas roupas por causa disso. Então, a gente conclui essa pesquisa com as seguintes recomendações. Para que essa tendência pudesse ser adotada, e já que já se entendeu que ela necessitaria de uma mudança de comportamento, existem duas principais recomendações se qualquer indústria, tanto a que contribui com produtos para lavagem de roupa, como aquelas que desenvolvem máquinas para lavar roupa, poderiam considerar. Primeiro, desenvolver produtos inovadores que abordam essas questões da higiene, né? Sprays neutralizadores de odores ou tecidos antibacterianos para manter o frescor das roupas entre as lavagens, ou mesmo máquinas de lavar com ciclos com cargas maiores para otimizar o uso da água. E, por outro lado, também se poderia estimular novas normas sociais por meio de marketing e de mensagens, utilizando-se aí das mídias sociais, promovendo um novo hábito com histórias e depoimentos de celebridades que já adotaram e com sucesso esses novos hábitos de usar mais as roupas e lavar menos em suas vidas. Eu espero que tenha sido uma interessante viagem. Aqui eu faço falo um pouco da liderança da nossa empresa. Todos nós líderes temos experiência em marketing e também com insights. O nosso CEO teve uma experiência muito sólida na Unilever como líder em marketing na Inglaterra. Eu, que sou head das Américas, já passei por empresas como Kimberly-Clark, Reckitt Benckiser, Ipsos, Imperial Tobacco, a Diageo e a Colgate. Temos também a nossa líder em inovação, que é a Esther, que cuida do mundo em inovação para as pesquisas qualitativas. E nós também temos a Melek, que é a nossa head de pesquisa para as pesquisas quantitativas. Esse é o perfil de clientes que já adota essa metodologia. A gente, em 2 anos que existe esse produto, já entrevistou mais de 5 milhões de consumidores. E os casos utilizados não só para explorar novas oportunidades, como esse apresentado, também passam por teste criativo de propaganda, novas ideias e novos conceitos para a inovação, exploração de novos mercados, inspiração sobre novos comportamentos, análise de sentimentos, né, também aliado a social listening, e enriquecimento de dados quantitativos, né, pesquisas como tracking, que muitas vezes monitoram KPIs importantes, também necessitam de algumas explicações e às vezes a gente também faz uma fase qualitativa para ver as mudanças de resultado de uma onda para outra. E aqui fica o meu QR Code, caso vocês queiram saber mais, conhecer mais sobre a nossa empresa e os produtos que a gente oferece, utilizando sempre a parceria com o IA, ficamos à disposição. Muito obrigada.
Hola, soy Alejandra Belfiore, integrante del Observatorio Shopper de SAIMO, y en nombre de quienes llevamos adelante esta iniciativa de asociaciones latinoamericanas, quiero agradecer a Esomar por ofrecernos este espacio para contarles sobre nuestro proyecto regional. Esta iniciativa surgió justamente en una de esas reuniones de intercambio que tanto valoramos, ¿no? Donde compartimos experiencias de nuestras asociaciones. Fue en Ciudad de México en 2023. Ahí el relato del trabajo del observatorio generó entusiasmo y dio origen a una colaboración que es inédita en la región. Todos nosotros somos profesionales comprometidos con el bienestar de las personas y vimos en el tema del etiquetado frontal una gran oportunidad, porque por supuesto nos preocupa el crecimiento de la obesidad infantil y bueno, quisimos dar nuestro aporte a partir de eso que sabemos hacer, que es escuchar, medir, analizar. Y así nació este proyecto conjunto sobre la ley de etiquetado. En primer lugar, para que tengan algo de contexto, les quiero contar que esta ley se viene implementando desde hace varios años en distintos países de la región y que se trata básicamente de la incorporación de octógonos negros en los packaging. Estos octógonos deben advertir sobre los excesos de algunos ingredientes críticos como el azúcar, sodio, grasas, calorías. Y también llevan algunos carteles de advertencia sobre la conveniencia de no dar a los niños alimentos procesados. Bueno, ahora voy a compartir pantalla y les cuento que participamos en este proyecto 5 asociaciones: SAIMO desde Argentina, junto a AIM de Chile, APEIM de Perú, AMAI de México, ACEI de Colombia. Para el desarrollo del campo y el procesamiento, contamos con el apoyo de NetQuest, que colaboró con sus paneles en los 5 países, poniéndolos a nuestra disposición. La verdad, trabajamos en equipo muy bien y bueno, queremos agradecer especialmente a NetQuest esta disponibilidad, esta participación en el proyecto. Lo que realizamos fue un estudio cuantitativo regional con 5.060 casos en 5 países, fueron 1.012 casos por país, a personas mayores de 18 años que conocen la ley, la muestra robusta en cuanto a género, nivel socioeconómico, distribución geográfica dentro de cada país, y hicimos el trabajo de campo en diciembre de 2024. Y después, a partir de eso, todo el análisis fue realizado colaborativamente entre las asociaciones. Bueno, acá lo que les traemos son los principales hallazgos que hicimos y en primer lugar queremos decir que lo que observamos es que si bien hay diferencias por país, hay una notable homogeneidad de resultados a nivel regional para todas las variables centrales del estudio. Por ejemplo, vimos que la ley es ampliamente conocida, vimos que los octógonos negros son reconocidos como alertas bien claras, también se consideran útiles en todos los países. De algún modo instalan conciencia, sobre todo sobre el azúcar y el sodio y las grasas como nutrientes críticos. Lo que vimos es que los sellos no pasan desapercibidos, ¿no? De hecho, hay un grupo, pero es muy pequeño, que los percibe como algo negativo, aquí lo ven, dicen, o sea, como casi en un intento de asustar, pero es pequeño ese grupo. La mayoría de las personas entrevistadas reconoce el valor de los sellos como guía para tomar decisiones más saludables, más conscientes. Y sobre todo, en especial cuando se trata de lo que consumen o le dan a sus hijos. Sin embargo, a pesar de esto, que se consideran útiles, que se consideran claros, no siempre modifican las decisiones de compra. Observamos que estos sellos funcionan más como orientadores que como factores determinantes para reconsiderar la compra. Aquí pueden ver en esta variable en particular que se observan diferencias entre algunos países. De hecho, Argentina muestra el porcentaje más bajo en reconsideración de compra, pero bueno, hay que tener también en cuenta que es el último país en implementarla, ¿no? De todos modos, 6 de cada 10 personas dicen haber modificado su dieta a partir de la información proporcionada por los sellos. Es un valor alto. Aunque solo el 24% dice que hizo cambios de manera significativa. Los cambios declarados se enfocan principalmente en la reducción de azúcar y de grasas, ¿no? Y algo muy interesante es que los hogares con niños se muestran más receptivos. Y dicen que a partir de la implementación de la ley prefieren productos más naturales. De hecho, el 67% dice haber cambiado la alimentación de sus hijos o nietos menores de 12 años, es decir, sube del 62 al 67 cuando se piensa en los menores. Otro dato interesante que atraviesa todo el estudio es este, que entre los jóvenes se observa una mayor conciencia, mucho más, pero sin embargo el impacto más significativo sobre los hábitos ocurre en las personas adultas. Atraviesa todo esta variable. Y bueno, para cerrar, elegimos algunos insights vinculados a la comunicación y las marcas. En primer lugar, vemos que 4 de cada 5 participantes considera que las marcas han ajustado sus estrategias de comunicación de empaquetado para cumplir con la normativa en un intento de evitar los octógonos. Este ajuste es más notable en México, ahí asciende de 80% a 84%. Por otra parte, vemos que un 32% de las empresas aún no ha modificado sus ingredientes significativamente en la percepción de los encuestados, ¿no? Y esta percepción es más alta en Colombia y en Argentina. Y solo un 23% dice haber visto u oído campañas de concientización que informen a los consumidores sobre las nuevas regulaciones y su importancia para la salud pública. En Chile, en este caso, se recuerdan más campañas que en el resto de los países. En definitiva, lo que vemos es que hay un reconocimiento del aporte de la ley a la disminución de la obesidad infantil, si bien esto no siempre se traslada en una reconsideración de compra. Es decir, las legislaciones aplicadas sabemos que contribuyen principalmente a una mayor concientización, pero tienen que complementarse con otras iniciativas para poder generar cambios profundos. Bueno, gracias por darnos el espacio para compartir esta experiencia que nació de una charla y se convirtió en una colaboración regional. De todos modos, esto no termina acá. Este proyecto fue un comienzo, porque nosotros ahora, por ejemplo, seguimos trabajando con NetQuest para analizar el comportamiento real de los consumidores a través de sus búsquedas en Google, en YouTube o en Bing, porque nos parece muy interesante complementar lo que la gente dice con lo que la gente hace. Así que seguimos analizando los datos cuantitativos de este estudio que les compartimos y también avanzando en analizar comportamiento. Bueno, estos hallazgos seguramente los vamos a presentar en próximos encuentros de intercambio, en algún congreso, en webinars, en talleres. Y bueno, esto que creemos que desde la investigación podemos sumar nuestro granito de arena para promover hábitos más saludables, decisiones más informadas, así que sentimos la motivación de poder seguir trabajando en esto. Y bueno, gracias por escuchar esta experiencia que, como decía, nació de una charla y se convirtió en una colaboración a nivel regional. Y bueno, nuevamente muchas gracias, Esomar, por el espacio.
Bangalore is one of those few cities where it's filled with life, innovation, and diversity. But as much as the city thrives, there is a major concern that we cannot ignore. The rising crimes, especially against women and marginalized communities, have made our streets very unsafe, especially during the night. As someone working in Cantor, I have always believed in the power of data and insights to drive change. That's why Durga's mission stimulated me. Their focus on turning bystanders into active protectors is more than a safety initiative. It is about changing the very fabric of the society that we live in. By partnering with Durga, we are not just analyzing the problem, we are also a part of the solution. Through this collaboration, we wanted to identify people who are present on the streets 24/7. So we identified the auto and cab driver cohorts who are roaming around the busy streets of Bangalore every day tirelessly, to be our ears and eyes of our community and to step in when it mattered the most. The idea of every driver in the city being a beacon of public safety is a vision that I am very proud to support. And this partnership with Durga is more than a professional alignment, it is personal. It is all about creating the idea or the hope that every person in the city or any girl in the city can roam around the streets in a developed city like Bangalore late at night without feeling the fear of being harassed. It is also about the fact that safety as a topic is not left to chance but is a shared responsibility throughout the community. So this is what made me to partner with Durga and support them. When we embarked on this project, choosing the right methodology was very crucial. We needed an approach that would not only address Durga's challenges but would also provide them with actionable insights into the behavior and motivations of Bangalore's auto and cab drivers. Given the complexity of the issues, we decided on a mixed method approach combining the power of both qualitative and quantitative research. Qualitative research was our first step because we wanted to understand these drivers on a personal level. We conducted in-depth interviews, ensuring that we captured the full range of their experiences and perspectives. This extensive coverage allowed us to actually identify 5 distinct driver personalities, each with its own set of motivations, fears, and attitudes towards public safety. These rich and nuanced personalities were actually a direct result of our qualitative phase, where we ensured we reached saturation to capture every critical information. Once we had all these personalities, we moved to the quantitative research. This was essential for validating all the personalities we had identified. We had roughly surveyed around 232 drivers to assess how prevalent these traits were across the broader population. This combined methodology was particularly effective in addressing Durga's challenges. The qualitative research gave us the depth necessary to truly understand the drivers, while the quantitative research provided us the breadth necessary to confirm and refine our findings. When I first took on this project, I'll admit that I had my own biases. Like many, I'd seen the videos circulating online of auto and cab drivers in Bangalore being arrogant, causing trouble, and even creating chaos on the streets. It is easy to form an opinion based on what we see in these clips, but what I discovered through the project completely transformed my perspective. As we began our research delving into the lives of these drivers, I was struck by something unexpected. These drivers, who are often seen as a part of the problem, actually want to help. They want to make a difference in their communities, but they also face significant barriers, fear of repercussions, a lack of knowledge on how to intervene, and the constant pressure to keep earning a living just adds to the problem. I realized that these challenges were not so different from those faced by others who hesitate to step in during these critical moments. But perhaps the most inspiring and important part of this journey was witnessing the passion of young women at Durga, the NGO we partnered with. These women are fierce, bold, and absolutely committed to ensuring public safety. They are on the front lines working tirelessly to activate bystanders, to make sure that people just don't stand by when they see something wrong. Their courage and determination are truly moving, showing me the incredible power of community spirit and the impact that it can truly have. Finally, the project has taught me 2 key lessons that I'll carry with me. First, never judge based on surface impressions. Everyone has their own story, and sometimes those you think are a part of the problem are actually trying to be a part of the solution. Second, real change comes from understanding and empathy. When you take time to listen, to truly understand the challenges people face, you can work together to overcome them. If I had to redo this project all over again, there are a lot of factors and there are a lot of areas that I might revisit to make this project even more impactful. And one such factor is the idea of looking into language as a concept or a factor and how it influences bystander activation. Even in this project, what we found out was when we were speaking to the driver community, the drivers explicitly stated that they would hesitate in help, or like if they found out if a person is in distress, even in a public situation, if they felt like they could not speak the same language or if they cannot communicate with each other. This is not just prevalent in Bangalore or Karnataka or in any other states of India, but is prevalent all around the world. So this linguistic barrier actually creates a sense of disconnect, whereas if the drivers feel if they cannot connect with the other person, they refrain from helping at all. So in hindsight, I would have incorporated language as a variable in the study. This would have identified how important of a variable it is to act as a trigger to help people in distress in public situations, as well as uncover like cultural biases and communication gaps within the community. The results from this study of bystander activation is expected to be substantial. We have identified the top barriers that prevent people from taking any action. Barriers such as fear about getting hurt, fear about the legal consequences, and distrust in public authorities all came up as the top reasons as of why the cab and the auto driver cohorts did not take any action even when they saw people being in distress in public situations. What our study does is to give Durga and other NGOs following the same noble cause the opportunity to leverage our data to create targeted intervention programs for the cohorts that we have identified in the study. Durga can use this data to actually equip these drivers much better to intervene in this situation much more confidently and much more safely. Finally, a huge thank you to my team in Cantor and the team at MRSI for continuously supporting me throughout this project. Together, we are paving a way for a more inclusive tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Emma and this is Michaela and we're the national winners of Australia's Research Got Talent.
Across the world, we are seeing an unprecedented surge in youth vaping. It's a growing epidemic that we don't anticipate slowing down anytime soon. Both Em and I are on the cusp of Gen Z, and we in our own lives have seen how vaping has just exploded in this age group, with some of our friends and broader social circles having all engaged with it in one way or another. And we know from previous research we've done that Gen Z are drinking less, they're exercising more, they care about their mental health and well-being. So what is it about vaping that's getting past all their defences?
So why is such a health-conscious generation embracing vaping at an unprecedented rate?
We partnered with the Alcohol and Drug Foundation in Australia. The ADF is Australia's national and leading organisation committed to preventing and minimising harm caused by alcohol and drugs. The ADF are a non-for-profit that both of us have worked with in the past, and they like to look at the broader landscape of alcohol and drugs.
Vaping has become ADF's biggest concern for this age group, and with the fast-growing rate of adoption, minimising harm has become increasingly difficult for them. They're now looking for ways to best educate young people and minimise harm through their messaging. They're currently at the early stages of creating vaping-based campaigns and have solely been focused on health education so far. However, the rates of vaping are continuing to increase, so they need another way to cut through with this age group.
In our research, we were able to understand the drivers, triggers and influences that actually encouraged or allowed Gen Z to engage with and continue vaping. So through our research design, we tried to think outside of the box to make sure that we're really getting the full picture of what drives Gen Z. We experimented with some more innovative methods that would really resonate more effectively with this audience. So we conducted a 3-phase approach.
So starting wide, we completed a quantitative study using conversational AI, which allowed us to size drivers, triggers and occasions that led people to vaping, but also gave us qualitative richness through AI-enabled open-ended probing. This method meant that our participants could share their attitudes and experiences anonymously, openly and honestly, without any fear of stigma or judgment, which was really important to us when designing our research around a somewhat controversial or sensitive topic.
Next, we conducted a semiotic decoder of vaping culture online to understand the underlying narratives, symbols, and tone of voice that Gen Z are exposed to and engaging with. Again, going back to our own exposure when it comes to vaping, we've seen a lot of really interesting conversations online. We've seen it being made light of on social media and being shown as a much more trendy and acceptable option compared to other substances. We've even seen viral TikToks of people making fun of their friends reacting badly to losing a vape. It's all fun and lighthearted, but we keep asking ourselves, would that be the same response if a bottle of vodka was what they were searching for?
And finally, our third stage is what we called ethnographic hangouts. So for this part, we asked a group of 3 to 4 friends to meet us in a place of their choice to talk to us about vaping. We wanted to make sure we met participants in their natural social environments where they're comfortable, to make sure we got authentic and real perspectives. Having their friends with them made it a natural and easy environment for them to share.
Our research revealed really deep and rich insights when it comes to youth vaping. So firstly, health and well-being is incredibly important to them, but they actually have a broad definition of what this looks like in their life. Their view of health is a holistic and all-encompassing, not just physical well-being, but also mental, emotional, social, and even spiritual health. Ultimately, they're trying to achieve balance, which means they're open to some permissible indulgence, knowing that it's okay to let loose occasionally without being too hard on themselves.
So when it comes to vaping, they're hearing the messages being sent to them about the health-related risks, but there's also a lot of social factors at play that outweigh these messages. We know from our research that social influence is the #1 driver of vaping amongst this age group, followed by curiosity. We found that vaping acts as social currency and lets them feel part of the group. So whilst they know that vaping isn't good for their physical health, it's playing other roles in fulfilling aspects in their definition of health, like social well-being.
There are also a lot of intangibles when it comes to vaping. Unlike cigarettes, where they can physically gauge how many they've had and know the impact of each, they don't have that same reference point with vaping. They're not really keeping track of how many puffs they're having, and even if they were, they don't really know what this means in terms of nicotine dosage. They're also not confronted with any short-term effects like they are with other substances.
When alcohol, sure, it's bad for you. We all know that. So we do it anyways. And we're like, oh my God, I wish I didn't drink so much last night because I embarrassed the fuck out of myself. But with vaping, you just live and you just hit it and it's just good and there's no consequence. And you're just like, probably shouldn't, going to anyways.
And finally, and quite importantly, they don't have any parameters or reference point of what problematic vaping looks like. They have a clear picture of what addiction in alcohol or drugs looks like and how they deal with this. But when it comes to vaping, there isn't an understanding of when vaping has gone too far, and instead it's treated with a blasé and humorous attitude. Ultimately, they don't recognise the severity of what's happening.
Already, we've been able to dispel myths and provide clarity about the real challenge in addressing Gen Z vaping. These have been brand new insights that ADF haven't been able to get, and from this we've identified key paths forward to help ADF better tackle youth vaping.
Start the journey to reframe vaping as uncool and cringe.
Highlight the tangible consequences of vaping in the shorter term that don't rely on long-term health studies. For example, you can be less fit than friends, you can get bad teeth, bad skin, or heightened anxiety.
Help get Gen Z to recognise and identify problematic vaping behaviour. It's not just a teen in their dark and dingy room or a teen obsessed with toys. It can be the fit, social and responsible people who are ignoring these bad habits.
The research also revealed a real need for more bespoke paths to recovery for young people in vaping. Relying on traditional cigarette programs aren't really addressing the unique experiences for Gen Z.
We believe that the insights and methodology of this project can have huge potential and be applied globally. We know the challenges like this don't happen in a vacuum. The US, UK and EU are all seeing the same rise of vaping behaviours across young adults.
We've seen other health issues face the same challenges. However, the unique challenge with vaping is that the adoption is far surpassing the rate of government legislation, education and NGO messaging. The strategies that worked for cigarette and tobacco messaging took years to develop, but based on the uptake for Gen Z, we don't have that kind of time. Vaping is growing at an exponential rate, and our project can be the catalyst for change.
Creole
In Canada, we're fortunate to have a culturally rich and diverse Indigenous community, including the Métis, First Nations, and Inuit people. That being said, our Indigenous communities have been systemically marginalized for generations. The legacy of residential schools where children were forcibly removed from their families has left deep scars, contributing to the erosion of culture, loss of traditional languages, and disconnect from ancestral practices. Today, these communities now face high unemployment rates and limited economic opportunities, all while fighting to preserve their culture and languages. While government funding exists for Canadian Indigenous communities, it has yet to create a truly sustainable foundation for economic self-sufficiency and cultural preservation. Despite these challenges, there is a powerful solution that addresses these issues. That is Indigenous tourism. It offers a unique opportunity to not only uplift these communities economically, but to protect and revitalize their traditions and languages. It isn't just about creating jobs. It's about reclaiming identity, sharing culture with the world, and ensuring that future generations can experience the same richness of Indigenous heritage. My name is Liam Thexton, and that's why I partnered with ITAC, the Indigenous Tourism Association of Canada, whose mission is exactly that. To understand how Indigenous tourism can create real change, let's hear from Keith Henry, President and CEO of ITAC.
Good afternoon. My name is Keith Henry. I'm the President and CEO for the Indigenous Tourism Association of Canada. I represent an industry of roughly 1,900 businesses in my role with our national board. We're a non-profit organization that specializes in the marketing, development, leadership, and partnership initiatives that are going to grow and maintain a sustainable Indigenous tourism industry and economy. There's often a gap in our ability to provide the kind of research that assesses the interest of Canadians and initiatives led by ITAC, such as the Indigenous Tourism Destination Fund. Therefore, this project that we've embarked on with our colleague is very important because it allows us to continue to assess and analyze and share that intel with the thousands of Indigenous tourism businesses and community-owned enterprises across this country. Very critical for our future development.
As ITAC strives to achieve its mission, one of the biggest challenges is understanding where Canadian travelers stand when it comes to Indigenous tourism. So I sat down with ITAC and we identified these 5 main objectives. For Canadian travelers traveling domestically, we want to know the current extent of 1. Interest in Canadian Indigenous experiences. 2. Knowledge levels of Canadian Indigenous product. 3. How far along interested travelers are in their trip planning process. 4. Willingness to spend on their Indigenous portion of their trip. And finally, 5. Their acceptance of ITAC's various initiatives, such as their Original program and their Indigenous Tourism Destination Fund. We worked with data collection and processing companies Insignia Marketing Research, Logit, and Maru. They helped us conduct an online survey with a nationally representative Gen Pop sample of 1,006 Canadians between the ages of 18 and 74 who have taken a trip in Canada within the past 3 years and or plan to within the next 2 years. This effectively selected for Canadian travelers. When constructing the survey, we worked closely with ITAC to make sure our questions and concepts regarding Indigenous experiences were accurate. Along with the quantitative questions, we also included open-ended questions to further gain insight. To ensure the questions and concepts were clear and had no unanticipated built-in biases, we made sure to pre-test the survey with the first 100 respondents so that we could make any necessary adjustments. Finally, we also conducted 8 travel trade interviews to also incorporate the travel trade's perspective into the study. The findings were clear. There is significant untapped potential in Canadian Indigenous tourism, held back by a lack of infrastructure and product knowledge. 66% of Canadian travelers expressed interest in Indigenous experiences. This is a huge potential market and signifies high interest in Canadian Indigenous experiences. there is a massive 68% of travelers who are positively predisposed to Indigenous tourism that are stuck in the awareness and dreaming stage. This is huge low-hanging fruit for ITAC to target. On that point, we also found that in the travel trade interviews that a big barrier to reaching the demand potential is a lack of infrastructure for Indigenous businesses. There is huge potential here for both ITAC and also the government to fund this. At this point in the survey, we also showed the respondents various real potential Indigenous experiences to gather their reactions and also to educate them on the full extent of the Indigenous experiences that are currently available. After educating the respondents, we then asked them the same questions as before again to see how their responses would change. So, post-exposure to the concepts, Canadian travelers' interest substantially increased by 15%, all the way up to 76%. This demonstrates an underestimation of what's available and solid potential for ITAC to pursue appropriate marketing communications. Of the travelers in the survey, 63% of them said that they would include an Indigenous component on their next trip. On average, those same people said that they would spend around $393 on the Indigenous component of that trip. Scaling this up to all Canadian travelers, the market potential could be as high as $4.8 billion, putting Indigenous tourism well on track to hit ITAC's $6 billion target by 2030. We also found major support for ITAC's initiatives, namely the ITDF, which consists of a 25-cent donation per transaction for the participating businesses. 69% of travelers supported that. And the Original program, where ITAC brands certain Indigenous experiences with a certification of quality and authenticity. 75% of travelers found that program useful.
A study like this is so important for Indigenous tourism in Canada. It allows ITAC to publish the report, which then reaches key partners like Destination Canada, Tourism Industry Association of Canada, Tourism HR Canada, of course, all of the provincial and territorial tourism ministries and partners that are non-Indigenous. It also allows us to share it with our Indigenous communities and all our Indigenous businesses across the country to give them more information and the importance of the domestic market and the growing interest that Canadians have for Indigenous experiences. And of course, it allows us to help move policy in Ottawa, working with the opposition parties, working with the current government, showing the ministers and the critics that Indigenous tourism is important in so many ways. These findings and these assessments of like the original accreditation and the importance of that marketing or the Indigenous Tourism Destination Fund shows the overwhelming support that we see Canadians care deeply about Indigenous tourism. And they want to see more investments for Indigenous tourism, and ITAC is going to bring that message forward through this kind of a report.
Alongside publishing the data on ITAC's website, we presented our findings to MP Baldinelli, the Member of Parliament for Niagara Falls, to galvanize political support for Indigenous tourism and its potential to uplift these communities both economically and culturally. In addition, ITAC is now launching the Original program globally, positioning Canada as a leader in supporting Indigenous communities worldwide. Most importantly, by uncovering this massive untapped interest in Indigenous tourism, ITAC is now much better equipped to educate travelers, enhance infrastructure through the ITDF, and secure further government investment backed by growing political momentum, especially with our connection to MP Baldinelli. A big lesson for me was that effective research isn't just about gathering data. It's about truly understanding the communities you're working with and ensuring the insights lead to real positive change. Looking ahead, the next steps would be to expand this research to international audiences. Understanding how global travelers view Canadian Indigenous tourism could open even more opportunities for growth. Through Indigenous tourism, we're not just creating economic opportunities. We're preserving cultures, empowering communities, and building a future where Indigenous heritage thrives. The impact of this research is clear. When we support Indigenous tourism, we uplift entire communities, ensuring their traditions and stories live on for generations to come. Thank you.
Yeah. Do you have any idea how many cigarette butts are thrown away every year in France?
Maybe more than 1 million. I think maybe 100 billions.
30 billions in France alone, 40% of which end up polluting our environment, particularly in oceans, sea and rivers. What you might not know is that a cigarette butt contains more than 4,000 chemical substances, and just one butt can contaminate up to 500 liters of water. Swim for Change is a charity that was founded to fight against this unfortunate reality.
My name is Mathieu Wittfoot. I'm the co-founder of Swim for Change. It's an NGO where we try to use our passion. We are a bunch of friends, swimmers, ultra long distance swimmers. And our passion is just swimming in open oceans, open rivers, open seas. And back in 2019, we did our first crazy swim and we swam across the Strait of Gibraltar. And while being between two oceans and two continents, we had this feeling of wanting to protect water. And so we decided later on to create an NGO, Swim for Change, and to create crazy adventures that would attract media all around the country, France and maybe foreign countries as well, to try to talk about sustainability projects. So that's why in 2021 we had this crazy idea basically of swimming down the River Seine to talk about cigarette butt pollution. Now you might not know it, but cigarette butts are the first source of pollution in oceans. And that is something we really wanted to show. And while doing all those crazy adventures and while collecting now over 2 million cigarette butts, we realized that actually one of the biggest problems is we don't see how much cigarette butts are everywhere. So we were trying to find a way to make it more obvious for people so they could do this very simple task that would change so many things for biodiversity, which is not throwing your cigarette butt in the sea. We worked with the team to try to imagine a project which would, in an easy way, nudge people to not throw their cigarette butts on the ground.
And that's why Agnès, Brittany and myself, Zora, have joined forces to support Mathieu and the NGO by providing them insights to test the validity of their convictions.
It's a great opportunity for us to go beyond being good citizens who regularly take part in cigarette butt collection,
to being bigger players in a large-scale project that will considerably reduce cigarette littering and help to preserve our environment.
The aim of this project is then to determine whether a different colored cigarette butt can actually impact people's behavior by encouraging them to adopt a more eco-friendly mindset and litter less.
A nudge is any aspect of choice architecture that modifies people's behavior in a predictable way, without prohibiting any options or significantly altering their economic incentives. This gentle method of encouraging people to change their habit is designed to make them aware of environmentally friendly action they can take. Several examples of green nudges have been developed throughout France, Europe and the rest of the world in recent years. Just like these fun bins to encourage residents to dispose of their rubbish correctly.
In Copenhagen, for example, the local canteen decided to paint green footprint leading to the rubbish bin. And this initiative was a resounding success as it managed to reduce by half the rubbish thrown onto the ground.
So, to nudge our smokers, we thought of several colors to test on cigarette filters. Flashy colors as well as colors and patterns that convey environmental harm or danger. Unfortunately, due to the confidentiality of the study, we are not able to share these with you today. But you can imagine some of your own.
Now let's deep dive into our survey. For our online survey, we recruited 1,000 people, nationally representative of 3 different countries, France, Germany, and Italy, all with quota on age, gender, where they live, and of course, whether they were smokers or not. As we know that real-life decisions are only made in a few seconds, we decided to focus our study on immediate communication to truly understand the impact the colors could have on attracting attention. To achieve this, we asked the respondents to carry out 2 exercises.
A flash exposure of cigarette butt images across different types of ground were shown to respondents just for 1 second. We explored 4 different cigarette butt colors, including the current colors as a control cell. The different colored butts were viewed on 4 different surfaces: sand, soil, grass, and asphalt, in a monadic format. So, each respondent was only exposed to 1 surface type upon which the different colored cigarette butts were shown. We then leveraged our proprietary iFlow technology to ask respondents to unblur the same image of butts on the ground by clicking on the parts of the image that most caught their attention.
What we discovered is that the current color of cigarette filter is highly lacking visual impact once discarded on the ground. And among the different colors tested, we're happy to say that we identified 1 winning color, achieving a visibility rate 5 times higher than the current coloring. Therefore, much more effective at catching people's attention, regardless of the floor or the country tested. So we're happy because we feel the results are conclusive in identifying a strong candidate to discourage smokers from throwing their cigarette butts on the ground.
Now that's why I think this study is actually game-changing, because with the results we had, we discovered the main colors which actually are much more seen by people in the streets. That makes them less want to throw cigarette butts on the ground, and that can therefore have a huge impact. So for us, this study is just the beginning of a huge journey that we can take together. I can't tell you more about how precisely we will use it for now, because it's quite confidential, but I can tell you that we're preparing a very interesting campaign on the topic, and that for us, this study is and can be the beginning of changing people's behavior to better protect the environment.
We feel so grateful to be given the chance to be part of this game-changing project with the team Swim for Change. We truly believe this will make a lasting impact in the fight against cigarette butt pollution in France and hopefully more broadly across Europe. This project does not end here for us, and we want to continue supporting Swim for Change on their journey with the other eco-friendly initiatives in their pipeline.
Nosotros tomamos la decisión de elegir a la Fundación Visión Cero porque son un equipo que se dedica al trabajo de concientización y prevención de siniestros viales, y a su vez a la investigación para conseguir estrategias y formas de disminuirlos de la manera más efectiva. Visión Cero no busca educar desde las normas de tránsito, sino mejorar la percepción de riesgo en los conductores. Sumado a esto, y teniendo en cuenta que la mayoría de los padres llevan y retiran a sus hijos en horarios muy concurridos, donde el tránsito se congestiona y el horario también coincide con el de entrada y salida del trabajo, decidimos enfocarnos en observar su comportamiento e investigar si las emociones influyen en su manera de conducir.
Después de elegir el tema, plantear nuestros objetivos y el alcance de nuestra investigación, decidimos realizar el abordaje de la misma a través de diferentes herramientas. Por un lado, elegimos realizar entrevistas etnográficas a padres y madres de niños con edades dentro del rango de nuestro estudio, y con estos pudimos analizar y observar las emociones y comportamientos de los padres mientras conducían hacia la escuela. También realizamos entrevistas personales a familiares y agentes de tránsito postados en escuelas, donde pudimos obtener la visión de estos observadores pasivos. Finalmente, con encuestas anónimas y sobre una base de muestreo no probabilístico por bola de nieve, pudimos obtener información sobre el conocimiento, o mejor dicho, el desconocimiento existente sobre el uso de los sistemas de retención infantil. Nuestro objetivo primario era poder brindar información, tanto cuantitativa como cualitativa, que sea de utilidad a la Fundación Visión Cero como base para generar futuras campañas de concientización sobre la gestión de las emociones, el impacto de las mismas en la conducción de los padres al momento de llevar a los niños a la escuela y sobre la importancia de la correcta utilización de los sistemas de retención infantil.
Si realizáramos la investigación nuevamente, nos gustaría incorporar también la perspectiva de los niños sobre su situación y su rol durante el traslado en vehículo. Creemos que su visión podría aportar información valiosa sobre cómo perciben ellos la seguridad vial y las prácticas de sus padres al transportarlos. Sin embargo, al momento de llevar a cabo nuestra investigación, no contamos con el aval legal necesario para incluir menores como participantes directos en el estudio, pero creemos que eso nos hubiera dado una visión completa y enriquecida sobre el tema.
Mi experiencia con este proyecto fue sumamente grata. Pasé por momentos muy desafiantes, como también otros muy motivadores. Me llevó muchísimos conocimientos, habilidades y herramientas nuevas. Este proyecto me sirvió para poder identificar y mejorar conductas que anteriormente no consideraba malos hábitos dentro de la conducción. Me encontré con un grupo de trabajo excelente, del cual aprendí tanto profesional como personalmente.
¿Cuáles fueron los aprendizajes? Bueno, aprendí la importancia de los buenos equipos y del trabajo con compromiso. También descubrí lo apasionante que puede llegar a ser el trabajo en campo. Cómo la investigación nos va obligando a desarrollar la creatividad, la curiosidad, nos hace cuestionar cada una de las cosas que creemos que sabemos y lo enriquecedor que es todo ese camino.
Me llevó principalmente a un trabajo introspectivo, analizando mis conductas habituales y corrigiendo en muchos casos algunos aspectos de mi rutina diaria que podían acrecentar los riesgos de un accidente enormemente y no me da cuenta. Por otro lado, me da la oportunidad de conocer grandes compañeras de equipo con mirada crítica y un gran compromiso que nos brindó interesantes encuentros llenos de debate e intercambios de ideas.
Considero que este trabajo nos enseñó a trabajar en equipo, pero también aprendimos mucho sobre una problemática muy presente en nuestra vida cotidiana. El aprendizaje más grande es que todos en algún punto podemos ser más conscientes y más responsables a la hora de conducir, para cuidar de nuestra vida, de la de nuestros seres queridos y la de los demás.
La investigación realizada mostró que los padres, aunque creen tener conocimientos suficientes sobre educación vial, en realidad poseen información limitada o errónea. Este hallazgo refuerza la necesidad de campañas específicas. Durante el proyecto se identificaron prácticas inseguras comunes y actitudes que deben ser abordadas. Si las campañas propuestas son implementadas, se podría generar un cambio en el comportamiento de los padres promoviendo el uso adecuado de la...
Did you know that making just one cotton t-shirt requires approximately 2,700 liters of water? That's enough water to meet a person's drinking needs for 2.5 years. Hello, we are Team 5 from Mexico. This t-shirt, which we all probably have in our closets, consumes a vast amount of resources, and water is one of the most effective. Every day, millions of shirts like this are produced worldwide, but the real cost is not on the price tag. It is on the water, air, and resources we are depleting. We are Jimena, Salma, Karen, and Fatima, and we believe that fashion can be much more than passing trends. It can be the starting point for global change in conserving resources. Today, we want to share how sustainable fashion can make a significant difference in water consumption and shape a better future.
The textile industry contributes 2.3 billion and 300 million jobs globally, with Mexico accounting for 6.2% of manufacturing employment. But despite these contributions, the industry faces major challenges, especially in sustainability. The high water consumption and difficulty complying with environmental regulations such as NOM 001 Semarnat 2021 are among the biggest issues. The situation in Mexico is even more complicated because 60% of textile companies operate informally, evading environmental regulations. By 2030, water consumption in this industry could increase by 50%, which is alarming, especially for water-scarce regions like Monterrey. We choose to focus on the textile industry because this is one of the largest consumers of water and generates a significant environmental impact. The fast fashion culture encourages people to constantly discard clothes to stay trendy without thinking about the environmental cost.
Our mission, changing the cycle. We've seen the problem. Now it's time to discuss the solution. Our project focuses on understanding how the students' community at Tecnológico Monterrey perceive fashion, with an emphasis on fast fashion and its impact on water consumption. We partnered with NGOs that share our commitment to sustainability, such as our school Tecnológico de Monterrey, to raise awareness and tackle the issue head-on. Partnering with this organization allowed us to align our research with real-world goals of reducing environment impact and fostering sustainability consumption. We conducted surveys with 100 students, primarily in business and engineering. The methodology combined quantitative surveys and desktop research. We asked questions to understand the key reasons students discard their clothes, the life cycle of the most common garments, and the students' awareness of sustainable fashion. This approach was ideal because it allowed us to gather valuable data and identify patterns in student behaviors and perceptions. With these findings, we gained a clearer picture of how fashion and sustainability are perceived, providing insights for actionable solutions.
The fashion industry is one of the largest consumers of water worldwide, and this consumption is only expected to increase. For example, one person buying just 2 sustainable t-shirts and 2 pairs of pants per year could save up to 10,800 liters of water. That's enough to meet the drinking needs of 4 people for a year. Our project findings revealed that while students are interested in sustainable fashion, there are key barriers, economic and availability, that prevent them from fully adopting these practices. For instance, 40% of students don't use secondhand clothing due to concerns about quality, and 24% have limited knowledge about sustainable fashion. In the light of these insights, we proposed some recommendations, such as conferences focused on the quality of clothing materials and techniques for identifying the characteristics of durable, long-lasting apparel, integrate a sustainable approach into the learning objectives, organize ongoing thrifting activities during the semester, and creating memorable experience and foster a sense of community through clothing exchange initiatives. This project has taught us valuable lessons, both personally and professionally. Personally, I learned the importance of addressing sustainability at a local level to drive global change. Professionally, it showed us that research and data can drive real action and inspiring meaningful change.
Our vision extends beyond addressing the problem. We want to inspire real, actionable change in how fashion is consumed within our community. And that's why our proposal focuses on fostering a sustainable fashion mindset among students. First, we recommend hosting conferences focused on the quality of clothing materials, teaching students how to identify durable, long-lasting apparel. These conferences will provide students with the tools they need to make informed decisions when purchasing clothing, helping them avoid fast fashion and sustainable practices. Secondly, we propose integrating sustainability into the curriculum of business and engineering majors, with a focus on material choices and product life cycles. This will allow future professionals to consider sustainability as a part of the decision-making processes in both industries. Additionally, we suggest organizing thrifting activities throughout the semester. These events would target high consumption periods such as summer and winter, promoting eco-friendly shopping habits during these times when students are most likely to buy clothes. Lastly, we aim to create an experience that goes beyond just education by fostering a sense of community through clothing exchange initiatives. We can promote conscious consumption and encourage collaboration among students. These initiatives would not only reduce waste, but also build a culture of sustainability within our university.
We are on a turning point. Every garment we buy, every piece of clothing we discard has an impact far beyond our closets. But now we have to change that impact. From the classroom of our schools to the world fashion runways, we can transform fashion into a movement that conserves our planet's most valuable resources. This project will not only reduce water consumption, but will also create a generation of conscious and responsible consumers. And that is the true impact of our research. Thank you.
The NGO that we worked with on this project is called Consent. Consent already pushed for a positive change within the society in terms of sexual education and the redefinition of the crime of rape. However, they needed more data or robust numbers that would help them with pushing their agenda forward with politicians. So, when they contacted us, having no funding for the research, we did not hesitate to provide them with the research for free, as honestly we were quite surprised with learning about reality by the NGO, and we believed in the power of the possible change we can bring with the research as a market research and public opinion research agency. Anyway, let's hear from the NGO itself.
Hi, my name is Johanna Nejedlova. I'm founder of Czech NGO Consent, which focuses for fighting for rights of victims of sexual violence within the Czech Republic. I founded Consent because I was tired of Czech status quo, where the victims are blamed for the crime, not the offenders. One thing we've been trying to achieve in recent years is change in legislation. Czech society needs the act of rape to be defined by law as an act based on the absence of consent, not on the use of physical violence, as it is already in almost 20 countries and others are to come. Current legislation in Czech Republic does not cover the reality in which up to 70% of rape victims freeze, unresponsive, in shock, and therefore it is almost impossible to punish the perpetrators, the rapist. And as non-profit organization, we were very grateful when NMS contacted us and that they believe in the same thing, the need for change, and decided to carry out this research for us for free. Thank you.
We were really excited to be able to work on this project specifically with Consent. I personally am a big supporter of their endeavor, and as a woman, I can understand the issue at stake particularly well. On top of it, we recognize their work as super important because they are a very strong voice in social change. We see exhibits of sexism daily in the Czech public space, and the particular debate around defining rape and consensual sex is not taken very seriously by politicians, neither by the public. They do not see it as a problem. Reforming the law can be a fundamental starting point for changing behaviors and attitudes.
We sat down with the NGO Consent and defined our main hypothesis. Firstly, we wanted to see whether the Czech society already understands non-consensual sex as a rape, and whether this should be reflected by the Czech law. Secondly, we wanted to see if the Czech public has a realistic idea about the reality of sexually motivated crimes, how often they happen and to whom, and to see if we have the idea about scope, if we are as a society ready to really call for a real change. We also wanted to take a deep dive into seeing whether and what differences there are between attitudes of different Czech generations. And last but not least, we wanted to understand whether Czech men and women understand the consent as a crucial part of the sexual activity, and how do they imagine to look or work like.
We had a representative and robust sample thanks to online data collection. We know that the quality of data is also influenced by the design of the questionnaire, as well as the topic is very intimate, complex, and individual. Therefore, we included open-ended questions to let the respondents talk for themselves and to avoid oversimplifying the issue. The open-ended questions were then coded under our direct supervision. We made sure that they are dealt with enough sensitivity. We saw that it's truly important to make sure that all the stakeholders are engaged in the whole process. The questionnaire went through a pretty long fine-tuning and piloting phase, during which we communicated with the specialists from Consent, as well as the relevant politicians and members of the parliament, to ensure that our wording is clear and accurate, and the findings will be trusted by both the NGO and the politicians themselves.
We don't know the facts, about sexually motivated crimes or rape, as a society, we underestimate the issue. The necessary change, therefore, has to come from politicians or experts themselves. However, 62% of Czech already understand the importance of the consent in sex and are in favor of the legislative change. When we focus on the youngest Czechs only, the number rises to almost 90%. Majority of Czechs do not consider punishments for sexually committed crimes adequate, and even 7 out of 10 women call for non-consensual sex to be legally defined as a crime. Czech public typically underestimate the number of cases. In reality, there are almost 4 times more than we expect. 12,000 cases of rape happen on a yearly basis. Czechs estimate this number to be around 3,000 or 4,000. Lastly, most Czechs believe that about half of the cases are reported. In fact, unfortunately, only 5 to 10% of rapes are reported to the authorities.
We published a press release summarizing the research results, which were then used by major media, and the outcomes were properly medialized and further shared by other stakeholders involved, including the politicians themselves.
And right now I'm standing in front of the building of the Czech Parliament, where we went directly to have a presentation of the results to the members of the Czech Parliament themselves, and made a press conference actually, which was live streamed by the major media. And about a month after the presentation to the MPs, the Ministry of Justice actually presented 2 draft amendments to the definition of rape within the Czech law. The final wording has, after 2 years, been agreed on, and political change in the Czech Republic is finally within reach, and it is directly linked to the conduction of our research. We're very proud of that.
For us, the research marked a fundamental turning point in possibility of argumentation. When Vítek and I presented the conclusions in the Czech Parliament, political interest increased. The research also meant argumentative support for the politicians who, thanks to us, strive for the change, and Czech Ministry of Justice has already submitted a proposal for real change in legislation.
A big challenge for us when going through the project was finding the right approach on how to talk to politicians, to the media and the public about such a sensitive topic. A big lesson for us and for the next time is that we need to better explain issues at stake with enough information and understanding that not everyone is an expert on the topic of sexual violence or even an expert in research and its methods. To further broaden the research, next time we would add an international context. Changing laws will not eradicate rape, but it's a crucial step along the way. It sends a powerful message about what kind of society we want to live in. That is a society where sexually motivated crimes are punished, and we sincerely believe that our research helped in providing that.
Imagine waking up every morning and facing a constant struggle for something as essential as water. In Peru, 29% of the population lives in poverty, and 3.3 million do not have access to drinking water. In Lima, for the last 12 years, progress in access to drinking water has stagnated at a worrying 90%. Families in peripheral settlements are forced to manage this resource in an insecure manner. It is time to act because water is life and every drop counts.
Hi, we are Brenda Guartaya and Leila Quevedo. We are anthropologists with experience in market research and social studies, and we proudly represent Peru with our project IMRD, Tejiendo Redes para el Agua.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Buen día. Mi nombre es Marcia Luna y soy directora del programa Anemia Cero de Peruanos por Peruanos. Peruanos por Peruanos es una organización civil sin fines de lucro que busca cortar estas brechas a través de programas que ayuden a la población general del país. El primer programa que maneja Peruanos por Peruanos es el programa Anemia Cero, un programa que tiene como objetivo la reducción de la anemia a nivel nacional. Vamos arriba del 40% de anemia, así que llegamos junto a APEIM para poder encontrar un equipo que pueda realizar una investigación del por qué el acceso al agua puede impactar o impacta en la salud. Investigación que nos hace mucha falta, ya que no es data que manejemos.
Our project is based on the lack of research on chronic dehydration in Peru and how it is linked to access to and consumption of safe drinking water in Peruvian households. The scarcity of drinking water not only limits consumption, but also exposes these communities to serious health risks and a chain of adverse effects on their daily lives. Therefore, our objective was to understand the situation in order to contribute to the design of strategies that guarantee safe and sufficient access to water, thus improving the quality of life of these people.
As anthropologists, we understand that effective research begins with immersion in people's realities and a deep understanding of their concerns. Therefore, we focused on exploring habits and attitudes about water access and consumption in the peripheral areas of southern Lima, such as San Juan de Miraflores, Villa El Salvador, Chorrillos, and Villa María del Triunfo. To achieve this, we conducted ethnographic studies that allowed us to explore the experiences and knowledge of key actors. We conducted in-depth interviews to capture daily dynamics and perception about water. In addition, we applied knowledge, attitudes, and practices surveys to obtain quantitative and qualitative data that can be tracked and compared over time. Finally, we launched 2 public opinion questions at the national level to place our findings in a broader context. The lack of concrete data on water consumption and dehydration in Peru represented an initial challenge. To fill this gap, we established strategic alliances with organizations working on related issues, thus enriching our perspective. Given the magnitude of the problem at the national level, we opted for a localized approach. Based on our previous experience and preliminary analysis, we selected the south of Lima as our starting point. This decision allowed us to address the problem in a more tangible way and to obtain quicker results. Understanding the limitations in access to public institutions, we initiated a dialogue with local authorities, seeking to build strong relationships and gradually scale up to higher levels of decision-making. The results are clear. Access to drinking water and sewage is an immediate need for 81% of the population surveyed. As they are not connected to the public network, this lack deeply impacts their quality of life and health. Many families rely on tanker trucks whose water is questioned by 34% of respondents due to the visible residues and uncertainty about this origin. As a result, 95% of households in South Lima prefer to boil water, while 54% opt to use bottled water, 52% for chlorinated or disinfected water, and 40% for filtered water to ensure its consumption. These patterns coincide with finding at the national level, where 8 out of 10 Peruvians also boil water, reflecting a massive concern for quality.
This problem not only affects the agriculture, but also generates serious health risks. The continuous lack of water forces people to store the liquid in undrained containers, exposing family to diseases from contaminated water. The impact of health is significant. 50% of the population acknowledges that drinking unsafe water can cause stomach problems such as diarrhea and vomiting, while 38% report serious infections such as diphtheria, fever, or viral hepatitis. The lack of safe drinking water also prevents proper hygiene, contributing to unsanitary conditions in districts such as San Juan de Miraflores and Villa El Salvador, where access is irregular. The combination of a limited supply of drinking water and the absence of an adequate sanitation system severely affects the quality of life of inhabitants, increasing the incidence of diseases, especially among the more vulnerable groups such as children and the elderly.
We believe that every experience brings with it valuable learnings. In this sense, we were deeply inspired by observing the resilience and agency of the people living in these countries. We noticed that the community implements actions that, although they do not completely solve their needs, allow them to partially meet them. People come together to form support networks, establishing mechanisms such as water plants to bring water to the highest areas, organizing groups to fill tanks, and carrying out community cistern cleaning days. In addition, the role of communal cooking pots becomes an altruistic food source, allowing families to save money and access food. For us, hearing these stories firsthand and seeing how the community strengthens
grows and develops together has been a source of inspiration to bring about change together with them. At the end of our research, we ask ourselves a key question. How can we ensure that these results really make a difference? We strongly believe that what we learn in the field needs to be turned into concrete actions for change. We identified that one of the areas of improvement was communication between institutions and the community. Therefore, we created a digital channel on Instagram that acts as a bridge, sharing the reality that we visualize and the progress of the entities. With that basis, it was time to take the next step, putting a proposal into action. We met the municipal representatives, such as the councillors of San Juan de Miraflores, and with key agencies such as Salud, ABEP, and the Ministry of Housing, Construction and Sanitization. At these meetings, we shared our conclusions and had the opportunity to participate in the second United for Water and Sanitization Forum in Lima, where we signed a water pact committed to reducing the water gap by 6%.
But we did not stop there. We collaborate with other NGOs such as Yagua and SEDA, which also address this issue. Together, we strengthen our research and improve data-driven decision making. In addition, we share expertise with representatives of social organizations in different districts and regions of the country, joining forces to fight for access to water. In this way, we are transforming our research into concrete actions that can improve the lives of thousands of Peruvians. Our commitment is clear. We want to support every corner of the world, and together we can make a significant change.
At the end of the research, we considered it essential to draw the following conclusions. The lack of continuous and safe access to drinking water is a serious problem, especially for families living in poverty. They are forced to ration water, prioritizing its use for cooking and hygiene, which limits their adequate consumption and affects their health. This situation increases the risk of dehydration and diseases such as anemia. It is essential to develop public policies that reduce inequalities in access to water, with a priority focus on the most vulnerable populations. In this context, it is urgent to invest in infrastructure that improves both the quality and availability of water, complemented by educational programs that promote responsible water consumption.
Communities have demonstrated a strong organizational capacity to cope with water scarcity, highlighting the importance of local solutions. Strengthening community participation in the management of water service is key to ensure sustainable solutions adapted to local realities.
At Hidrored, we believe that everyone deserves access to quality drinking water and a dignified life. We will continue working to improve the reality of our country because el agua es vida, el agua es un derecho.
El agua es vida, el agua es un derecho.
The NGO that we worked with on this project is called Consent. Consent already pushed for a positive change within the society in terms of sexual education and the redefinition of the crime of rape. However, they needed more data or robust numbers that would help them with pushing their agenda forward with politicians. So, when they contacted us, having no funding for the research, we did not hesitate to provide them with the research for free, as honestly we were quite surprised with learning about reality by the NGO, and we believed in the power of the possible change we can bring with the research as a market research and public opinion research agency. Anyway, let's hear from the NGO itself.
Hi, my name is Johanna Nejedlova. I'm founder of Czech NGO Consent, which focuses for fighting for rights of victims of sexual violence within the Czech Republic. I founded Consent because I was tired of Czech status quo, where the victims are blamed for the crime, not the offenders. One thing we've been trying to achieve in recent years is change in legislation. Czech society needs the act of rape to be defined by law as an act based on the absence of consent, not on the use of physical violence, as it is already in almost 20 countries and others are to come. Current legislation in Czech Republic does not cover the reality in which up to 70% of rape victims freeze, unresponsive, in shock, and therefore it is almost impossible to punish the perpetrators, the rapist. And as non-profit organization, we were very grateful when NMS contacted us and that they believe in the same thing, the need for change, and decided to carry out this research for us for free. Thank you.
We were really excited to be able to work on this project specifically with consent. I personally am a big supporter of their endeavor, and as a woman, I can understand the issue at stake particularly well. On top of it, we recognize their work as super important because they are a very strong voice in social change. We see exhibits of sexism daily in the Czech public space, and the particular debate around defining rape and consensual sex is not taken very seriously by politicians, neither by the public. They do not see it as a problem. Reforming the law can be a fundamental starting point for changing behaviors and attitudes.
We sat down with the NGO consent and defined our main hypothesis. Firstly, we wanted to see whether the Czech society already understands non-consensual sex as a rape, and whether this should be reflected by the Czech law. Secondly, we wanted to see if the Czech public has a realistic idea about the reality of sexually motivated crimes, how often they happen and to whom, and to see if we have the idea about scope, if we are as a society ready to really call for a real change. We also wanted to take a deep dive into seeing whether and what differences there are between attitudes of different Czech generations. And last but not least, we wanted to understand whether Czech men and women understand the consent as a crucial part of the sexual activity and how do they imagine to look or work like.
We had a representative and robust sample thanks to online data collection. We know that the quality of data is also influenced by the design of the questionnaire, as well as the topic is very intimate, complex, and individual. Therefore, we included open-ended questions to let the respondents talk for themselves and to avoid oversimplifying the issue. The open-ended questions were then coded under our direct supervision. We made sure that they are dealt with enough sensitivity. We saw that it's truly important to make sure that all the stakeholders are engaged in the whole process. The questionnaire went through a pretty long fine-tuning and piloting phase, during which we communicated with the specialists from consent as well as the relevant politicians and members of the parliament to ensure that our wording is clear and accurate and the findings will be trusted by both the NGO and the politicians themselves.
We don't know the facts about sexually motivated crimes or rape. As a society, we underestimate the issue. The necessary change, therefore, has to come from politicians or experts themselves. However, 62% of Czech already understand the importance of the consent in sex and are in favor of the legislative change. When we focus on the youngest Czechs only, the number rises to almost 90%. Majority of Czechs do not consider punishments for sexually committed crimes adequate, and even 7 out of 10 women call for non-consensual sex to be legally defined as a crime. Czech public typically underestimate the number of cases. In reality, there are almost 4 times more than we expect. 12,000 cases of rape happen on a yearly basis. Czechs estimate this number to be around 3,000 or 4,000. Lastly, most Czechs believe that about half of the cases are reported. In fact, unfortunately, only 5 to 10% of rapes are reported to the authorities.
We published a press release summarizing the research results, which were then used by major media, and the outcomes were properly medialized and further shared by all the stakeholders involved, including the politicians themselves.
And right now I'm standing in front of the building of the Czech Parliament, where we went directly to have a presentation of the results to the members of the Czech Parliament themselves, and made a press conference actually, which was live streamed by the major media. And about a month after the presentation to the MPs, the Ministry of Justice actually presented 2 draft amendments to the definition of rape within the Czech law. The final wording has, after 2 years, been agreed on, and political change in the Czech Republic is finally within reach, and it is directly linked to the conduction of our research. We're very proud of that.
For us, the research marked a fundamental turning point in possibility of argumentation. When Vítek and I presented the conclusions in the Czech Parliament, political interest increased. The research also meant argumentative support for the politicians who, thanks to us, strive for the change, and Czech Ministry of Justice has already submitted a proposal for real change in legislation.
A big challenge for us when going through the project was finding the right approach on how to talk to politicians, to the media and the public about such a sensitive topic. A big lesson for us and for the next time is that we need to better explain issues at stake with enough information and understanding that not everyone is an expert on the topic of sexual violence or even an expert in research and its methods. To further broaden the research, next time we would add an international context. Changing laws will not eradicate rape, but it's a crucial step along the way. It sends a powerful message about what kind of society we want to live in. That is a society where sexually motivated crimes are punished, and we sincerely believe that our research helped in providing that.
Today, we commemorate International Market Research Day, a day which takes place at a unique moment in human history. This year, a microscopic organism has affected our lives in ways we could never have imagined. For so long, we have been accustomed to living in a world where we can do anything and have everything. We are facing a new uncertain reality, uncertain when this crisis ends, uncertain how we will be changed and what the future will bring. Today, we may be left with emptiness, empty movie theaters, bare parking lots, empty schools, empty airports. We may have been caught off guard with all that's been happening around us. But we are capable of adapting to what is constant: change. After change comes opportunity, and everything will change. The way we work, the way we engage in personal relationships, the way we travel, our financial systems. We face a huge opportunity to change and rebuild society in a better way. Our profession has always dared to ask the tough questions, to guide us in our journey as humans with a simple thought. What if? What if this global epidemic is a way to launch humanity into rising evolution? A reset button to rebuild our world. In order to do things better, we must go back to the drawing board. The first marks must come from the right insights and knowledge. As we commemorate International Market Research Day, we acknowledge those with the capabilities and insights to lead us into a brighter tomorrow and share their insights for the betterment of all mankind. One year has passed since we last celebrated International Market Research Day. A year since we experienced a tectonic disruption in all our lives. It has been hard for every person and every business. It continues to be difficult for many of us. But in hardship, we see a silver lining and glimmers of hope. 1 year wiser, we now understand this virus, and through its effects, ourselves better. Separation and isolation have made us value human connections more. Working from home has made us resilient. We have innovated to achieve our goals. We are getting there, but not yet. We must still persevere. We learn to compensate through our digital ingenuity. Insights has been there all the way, teaching us to measure and anticipate the shifts across all sectors of our economies. The rush to e-commerce, the turning upside down of business models. Insights has been there. As we rediscover our surroundings, teaching us about our capacity for solidarity, showing us the way in shifting to greener, healthier forms of transportation, and supported decision makers to make bold choices they were too scared to make before. Insights has helped us to understand the mental impact of COVID-19 measures, to demonstrate how young and old could overcome the pain of separation, guided governments to communicate better. Although some things worked out for the better, we still have a lot to achieve. We are experts in finding ways to protect, but now it is time to act. Let's build a better future together through insights. Let's celebrate the International Market Research Day from the 3rd till the 7th of May.
In the past years, humanity overcame a global pandemic that changed the way we live and work forever. A crisis which disrupted our connections with each other and threw us into the unknown. You, the insights and analytics community, rose to the challenge, helping communities build new connections, and gave us a compass to a better tomorrow. As we learn to live with the virus, we look to the future with fresh eyes, keenly aware of the long-term challenges facing humanity. The UN's Sustainable Development Goals have set out a course for humanity that safeguards our existence. But we cannot reach that destination without you. Without insights, our progress cannot be measured. Wrong directions cannot be course-corrected. Impactful solutions remain unseen. The right insights provide solutions to all the major challenges, from sustainability to tackling poverty, from education to equality, and tackling violence and hate. Making sure tomorrow offers enough resources for the next generations to reach their full potential. That is what Insights is all about, and why International Market Research Day seeks to explore how your superhero skill can contribute to a superhuman task. So embrace your role and your power of science and knowledge, and help me to empower my community. Help me to encourage others to make the changes that will lead us to a future that is green, that is fair, that includes me and all my friends. Because in your knowledge lies the key to my better future. Welcome to the International Market Research Day 2022.
Today, on International Market Research Day, let's celebrate the power of research to make a positive impact on the world. Market research is the art and science of understanding people, their opinions, preferences, behaviors, and motivations. It helps businesses and organizations create products and services that meet the needs of their customers and stakeholders. And it can also contribute to solving some of the most pressing issues of our time, such as poverty, health, education, the environment, and human rights. Market research can help nonprofits design campaigns to raise awareness and funds for important causes. It can help healthcare companies develop life-saving devices that improve patient outcomes. It can help social enterprises launch platforms that connect local farmers with consumers who want to buy fresh and organic produce. These are just a few examples of how market research can make a positive impact on the world. But it's not just about the results. It's also about the passion and dedication of the researchers who make it all possible. Researchers work with empathy, compassion, curiosity, and innovation to make a difference in the lives of others. They listen to people's stories, collect data, and use insights to create value and impact. So, on this International Market Research Day, let's be inspired by the amazing work of market researchers. And let's use research to build a better future for everyone. Whether you are a researcher, a business owner, a nonprofit leader, or a concerned citizen, let's work together to achieve research for a better world. Happy International Market Research Day.
So I am Chief Observer, and that's the avatar in which I'm standing before you now. Everybody here will agree that you need a very good sense of humor to survive in research, right? Yes? Yeah. And the fact is that the more things go wrong, and things go wrong all the time, the more you laugh. And that's our survival skill. And I feel there's a direct proportionate relationship between the things going wrong and us laughing. So if you can see, I have a huge body of cartoons. So you know the extent to which things have probably gone wrong with me. But the thing is that, you know, in terms of our industry, this is what we think the inciting process is really going to be, right? A neat little of data, you lying under the tree and, you know, insights dropping on you. You know, you don't have to do very much. I'm sorry to say that that's not the reality. This is the reality, right? It's a data forest out there and everything that can go wrong. Are you sure there are insights in there? It's the first thing that we all think about. So how do we navigate this? How do we work, right? We work with enthusiastic teams. So what is our enthusiastic team? Hey guys, we have a new assignment on sewage pipes. Who's free? I am busy till next year. My schedules are full. I have 5 projects running. I am brain dead. I have a migraine. Things change a bit. So I guess no time for the Goa tourism project either. Oh, I found a slot. I can take another project. I'm super efficient. My brain just cleared. My migraines vanished. So the sad truth is that people who manufacture sewage pipes get a lesser quality of research and enthusiasm compared to those who are on Goa tourism projects or ice cream or things like that. Yes. So the other thing that we do is we have a lot of fruitful conversations. So what is our fruitful conversations? We need to unpeel our problems layer by layer. Slice it, dice it, squeeze out our data. Uncover the seeds, get to the core. And then, why have you stopped eating fruit? I wish I knew. And behind the face, you know, we use a lot of technology. We now know that, you know, the human face is up for our analysis, and we have decoded it. We know exactly what it means. So, you know, we have our face reading technologies. Please sit and watch some ads. Cool. Later, now for facial analysis. Ad 1, confused. Ad 2, upset. Ad 3, delighted. Things are very clear. She loved ad 3. Let's run it. This tech is amazing. All the ads are bizarre. Yeah, I had trouble keeping a straight face. Ad 3 was the worst, was the weirdest. I burst out laughing. I wonder. And how qual and quant integrate? You know, we have this wonderful symbiotic relationship between qualitative and quantitative. So let's go behind the scenes to see how that happens. Data, some petals. Let's put it to our quantitative friends. Quantitative analysis, petals, n equals 7. 1 to 2 inch 2, 3 to 4 inch 3, greater than 4 inch 2. Sample size insufficient. We need at least 30 petals for meaningful analysis. Now let's toss this problem to our qualitative side. The petals imply the full flower, nourished by sunlight, visited by a bee, destroyed by whether wild or haps a ruthless child, or wrenched from a garland by an unwilling bride. This is also called creative leap, hypothesis building. It goes under many names. So then what happens? How do we integrate? Integrated findings after bloodshed and many derisive comments. This may be a flower, but more data required for conclusive output. That's how we do it. Coming to our respondents. This is the strange thing about respondents. Man on social media, love, hate, like my violent and loud opinion. Man on a survey, don't know, can't say. What happens? Is it because what we see, so there are humans, but we researchers see consumers. And this is what we see. We see data points. We see my geography, my consort, whatever, cohort, whatever. And that may be the reason why we do this. She's still breathing. Let's show her one more concept. Okay. Client log and hum log. Let's see what happens here. Last time at the MRSI, I presented this client archetypes, and I had a lot of people coming to me and saying, which client archetype am I? Tell me right now. And I tried to escape, but some of them pinned me down. Data glutton. That's super. Can we have extra analysis? There was some. Escape artist. Give us the summary and I'll read the full report later, preferably at night to cure my insomnia. The flighty. Give me all the answers in 5 minutes. I have a flight to catch. Super client. This is my favorite. Slide 112 contradicts point 2 on slide 26. The gourmet. Can we articulate this better? Can you change the font? Can you change the template? Can you change everything? And why don't you dress a bit better? Finally, the grateful, which we have very few of, we'd like more of. That's so cool to know consumers actually know my brand. So what are the researcher archetypes? Let's see if there are a few. Data man. There are no humans. There are only numbers. God is in the data. Sculptor. What shape is the data taking? Whatever shape I choose. Storyteller. Once upon a consumer. The client asks, is this story a tad fanciful? Who cares? I love it. Table maker. Next, churning out the tables. Guru, ignore my words at your peril, right? But the last type is probably something that all of us will associate with. The poor drowning researcher. And then there is a strange breed. Actually, this creature I have never encountered, but I've only spoken on the phone to. It's called procurement, right? So I've never seen this creature with my eyes. I've only heard his voice saying, aapka price is too high. The next, all your competitors are half your price. Do something about it. Despite that, we're coming to you, but it's all right. This is how I visualize this man. Okay, he has got a calculator for a brain, a stone for a heart. He has bargaining chips which he eats, and he has special squeezer hands, and he has a sign that says every man has his price. And he has music which says, what a wonderful world. And that's what this man, I've never seen him with my own eyes, but this is how I visualize the guy. Okay, and our output, I'm sorry, the fonts have gone, it was a different font, but I'm really sorry about that. Yeah. Okay, I've heard everyone saying that we do data dumps. We give too much data and then the client is swimming in data. What do? And I'd like to tell you that this has a historical perspective. It has a deep mythological origin. Okay, I want you to think Ramayana. I want you to think Hanuman and Ram. when Lakshman was hurt and Hanuman had to go to the Sanjeevani mountain to find the solution. And this is what Hanuman came back with. He came back with a data dump. He said, I figured if I brought you the whole mountain, your solution will be in there somewhere. Has anybody thought of what Ram's state was in that position? Right? So with this kind of example, obviously, this is what we do. This is what we've been taught by our culture. So that's what we would do. So finally, coming to our work life, I don't want to use the word balance because it's an extreme statement in our lives. There's no such thing. This is all the running I have done. Okay? This is the only exercise we get. And then, it impacts us. It makes us forgetful. We don't know what we've done. I've put my phone on charge. I put my iPad on charge now. I put my laptop also on charge. I'm just wondering, what have I forgotten to charge? There's something I've forgotten to charge. And it's this, Mom, am I getting any dinner tonight? Okay, and happiness, why we are never happy. We have a lot of people here who spend 20, 30 years in research. We are delicately referred to as silvers, right? Okay, why we are never happy. The top right quadrant is what we always wanted. That blue, beautiful spot of what I want and what I get. Unfortunately, a lot of us are sitting there wondering, is this what I really wanted? Right? And moving forward, we want to go on holidays. But you can send a researcher on a holiday. You can take a researcher out of a research office. You can't take research out of the researcher. And this is what happens to us. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Welcome to International Market Research Day 2025, where we celebrate the power of insight, the elegance of data, and the influence of understanding. Today, we begin a journey to explore how market research fuels social innovation, promotes well-being, and addresses global challenges. From Tokyo to Toronto, from Mumbai to Madrid, insight professionals around the globe are shaping a brighter future. At IMRD 25, we bring together the leading minds in our field to exchange knowledge, spark innovation, and build meaningful connections. Join us as we celebrate the joy and achievements of market research. Together, we'll uncover the needs and preferences of diverse societal segments, develop inclusive, accessible, and beneficial solutions, and showcase the powerful role we have on shaping a smarter, more sustainable world. This year, we introduce a week-long celebration within the festivities, featuring a rich assortment of events, publications, podcasts, guidelines, and papers, because together, we celebrate research. Happy International Market Research Day.
Hi, and welcome to Talking Insights, the official podcast from Esomar, where we dive into the world of insights, research, and innovation. Today's episode is a very special one. It's the first one that we ever recorded live, and this was at the Esomar UTEM conference in Lima, where we've spoken entirely in Spanish. So heads up, this episode will be in Spanish. English speakers maybe go to YouTube, where we'll have some subtitles. This episode is featuring an inspiring project that won last year's Research Got Talent Prize, Hidrored Tejiendo Redes por el Agua, which explores the challenges of water access in southern Lima and presents a collaborative, sustainable solution that connects local communities with institutions. This episode is part of Esomar's broader commitment to building a more responsible and sustainable insights industry. Our other initiatives, the Esomar Climate Pledge or the Climate Community Circles, our other initiatives like the Esomar Climate Pledge, the Climate community circles, or even the Esomar Sustainability Library are all available right now, and you can find more information on our website. As for this conversation, I think it's a very important one, and I hope you enjoy it. So stick around, and hopefully you'll learn something new.
Interactiva, invito a que suban al escenario a Antonio Almeida, del equipo de Esomar, a Leila Quevedo, de InLearning, Escuelas de Educación Superior, y a Brenda Huarcaya, de Datum Internacional. Les pido un aplauso, por favor.
¿Nos escucha? Hola, hola,
¿Nos escuchan?
hola.
Hola. Ok, hi.
Hola.
Hola. Bueno,
Hola.
nosotros no tenemos una presentación, pero vamos a intentar hacer algo un poco diferente. Vamos a intentar hacer por la primera vez una grabación al vivo de Esomar Podcast, que se llama Talking Insights. Yo soy Antonio, esta es Brenda y Lela, y ellas tienen un proyecto muy interesante que se llama HydroRedes, tejiendo redes por el agua. Y tienes que perdonar porque español no es mi primera lengua. Por eso, entonces, vuestra investigación, Brenda y Lela, es sobre cómo llegar la agua a las comunidades del sur de Lima y cómo las instituciones y cómo garantizar un acceso justo y más coheso de agua a estas comunidades. Y yo quería empezar con una pregunta sobre como los desafíos que enfrentan estas comunidades para acceder al agua. Y quería vos preguntar qué reveló su investigación sobre las personas y cómo se adaptan a estas dificultades.
Bueno, primero, hola a todos, ¿cómo están? Habría que contarles qué es lo que han hecho estas señoritas que están acá muy sonrientes enfrente, ¿no? Nosotros realizamos una investigación en 4 distritos del sur de Lima, en San Juan de Miraflores, Villa María, Villa El Salvador y Chorrillos. Ahí realizamos técnicas etnográficas, encuestas CAP de conocimientos, actitudes y prácticas, y también algunas entrevistas a la población. En general, asentamientos humanos, madres, mujeres, encargadas del hogar, ¿no? Entonces, ¿cuáles fueron los principales desafíos que encontramos ahí? Primero, con lo que notamos fue que hay un limitado nulo acceso al agua potable en los asentamientos humanos, sobre todo de bajos recursos, en donde, por ejemplo, el 81% de la población no cuenta con acceso de agua potable directo en su vivienda, ¿no?
Bueno, algo que para nosotros fue súper relevante es haber podido acercarnos y hacer campo. Algo que muchas veces creo que dejamos de lado al hacer investigaciones es acercarnos a la gente y de verdad intentar entender lo que dicen desde una perspectiva, no solamente desde lo que uno puede mencionar en una encuesta o recopilarse a partir de entrevistas, ¿no? Y algo que nos gustó mucho dentro de la experiencia que nos agradecemos, ¿no?, Research Got Talent nos ofreció, fue poder acercarnos a estas realidades y a partir de eso recopilar estas formas de vida que ya forman parte de la dinámica que tienen, ¿no? En Perú sabemos de que el acceso al agua es limitado, aproximadamente, según indicadores nacionales, el 90% tiene agua, pero solamente el 70% tiene agua garantizada y segura. Y a partir de esto, acercarnos a zonas con esa problemática dentro de Lima nos permitió conocer cómo autogestionan canaletas, construcción de vías de llegada de agua, hacen manejo de mano a mano de lo que serían cántaros de agua y ese tipo de actividades, ¿no?
Claro. Y lo que encontramos es que hay una adaptación constante de la población de bajos recursos a una problemática que aún sigue siendo invisible para algunas personas, ¿no?, que es la falta de acceso al agua potable.
Sí, muy bien. Estamos aquí como una sala llena de empresas del ramo de marketing y de market research y todo más. Pues quería preguntar cómo se conecta eso con sostenibilidad y con lo que estas empresas todas pueden aprender con vuestra pesquisa y, bueno, y cómo pueden cambiar sus prácticas y todo más. ¿Cómo piensas que eso pueda acontecer?
Claro, nosotros nos encontramos con un primer reto que fue humanizar las encuestas que estábamos realizando. Porque si bien podríamos haber aplicado una encuesta, recolectar datos, necesitamos acercarnos a la realidad de la población y comenzar a, de alguna forma, humanizar la metodología que estábamos aplicando, ¿no?
Eso es muy importante, sobre todo para proyectos de índole social, pero algo que nos terminamos preguntando es cuánto de esto se lleva a cabo en encuestas o entrevistas que solemos tramitar de cierta forma para hacer estos análisis que terminan repercutiendo en las dinámicas de las diferentes empresas, ¿no? que mencionamos. Y creo que eso, ¿no? Recordar que no solamente somos un número que es para vender un producto, somos todas personas y cada persona que compra un producto termina representando eso, una persona, una experiencia, una vida y cómo este producto termina afectando también, ¿no? A su día a día.
Sí.
Muy bien. Es más fácil para mí si vosotros tienen alguna cuestión do que yo las hacer, y porque es como un intercambio de conocimiento. Por eso os pregunto, ¿tiene alguna cuestión sobre el proyecto para Leila, para Brenda? Sí. Monique, ¿me empleas un micrófono para...?
Sí.
Dame un segundo. Rihanna is coming.
Yay. Sí. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo se humanizan las encuestas?
Okay.
Cuando dicen humanizar las encuestas, humanizar la metodología, ¿qué significa? ¿Cómo es?
Claro, nosotras comenzamos con una idea de aplicar una encuesta y realizamos una encuesta a 417 hogares. Entonces lo que queríamos era dar voz a las personas, ¿no? No solamente el dato duro de cuántas personas tienen acceso, cuántas personas no tienen acceso, cómo es el acceso, cómo llegan al agua, cómo consumen el agua en general, sino queríamos de alguna forma demostrar la realidad que se vive para poder así generar soluciones. Para esto nosotros trabajamos con una ONG que se llama Peruanos por Peruanos, que también realizan proyectos sociales relacionados con el acceso al agua y los efectos que pueden tener en la anemia. Entonces lo que ellos necesitaban saber es cómo es en realidad las prácticas de consumo para poder de esta forma proyectar soluciones rápidas y soluciones que estén integradas a la realidad de la población.
Ahora, adicionalmente, algo que hicimos dentro de la praxis ya de investigación vendría a ser acercarnos primero a hacer una visita a campo, reconocer las cuestiones que hemos mencionado y a partir de eso recién estructurar la metodología que empleamos. Decidimos a partir de eso perfeccionarla también y a partir de eso también añadimos metodología dentro de etnografía que empleamos, ¿no? Cabe resaltar que nosotras somos antropólogas, entonces para nosotros fue elemental no solamente recibir la información, que entiendo que muchas veces hacemos, ¿no? O en todo caso solamente retribuir con un bono o un vale, sino para nosotros fue esencial que esta investigación tenga un resultado tangible y por nuestra parte pudimos acercarnos al Ministerio de Vivienda. Agradecemos mucho la voluntad del Ministerio para poder escuchar nuestra ponencia, ¿no? Nuestra investigación y gracias a eso también se firmó un convenio que dentro de los próximos años se va a hacer un acercamiento al 6% de los próximos 4 años en cuanto a facilidades de acceso al agua para viviendas que actualmente no lo tienen. Entonces, creo que humanizar sería todo este globo, ¿no? Repensar la estructura, repensar la forma de acercamiento y también generar algo más allá de los productos que queremos obtener, ¿no?
Me quedo con la idea que más que humanizar la encuesta como metodología, estamos humanizando los propósitos.
Claro.
Una cosa, ¿es así?
Sí.
Ok.
¿Sí? ¿Alguna más cuestión para ellas
Allá.
sobre el proyecto?
Sí. Allá.
Yo quería... Hola. ¿Sí? Hola.
Allá.
Ahora, ¿sí? ¿No?
No. Rihanna.
¿Sí?
Esta es maravilla
Ahorita
de lo
llega.
directo, de hacer
Sí.
cosas en directo, es que, ¿no?
Bueno, básicamente lo que quería era despertar a la gente que estuviera aquí ya finalizando el día. No, básicamente, ¿podéis explicar un poco qué ha significado para vosotras la experiencia de Research Got Talent? Porque es un proyecto que empezó en Hong Kong, siguió en la India y luego se expandió por todo el mundo, y Perú ha sido fundamental en los últimos años para también expandirlo en Latinoamérica. ¿Podéis explicar un poco qué ha significado en vuestra carrera en Research Got Talent?
Sí, bueno, nosotras, personalmente, Brenda me comentó de Research Got Talent a partir de su trabajo como parte de Dato Internacional, y fue bastante interesante acercarnos a hacer una investigación que representara a la par un impacto. Creo que algo de lo que estamos muchas veces acostumbrados, incluso nosotras, fue hacer investigación para retribuir solamente teóricamente, ¿no? Y algo que siento que Research Got Talent nos ha impulsado bastante es a que no solamente sea que no termine en un paper, en algún tipo de publicación teórica, sino que se pueda generar un impacto real y que cambie de alguna forma la vida y la realidad de las personas.
Sí, y nos hemos dado cuenta que no estamos solas en el camino también. O sea, hemos tenido aliados, el ministerio, otras ONGs, otras agencias que también nos han apoyado en el camino. Entonces, como comentábamos en el video que presentamos y también a las personas que se han acercado a conversar con nosotras, tratamos de ser un puente que comunique de alguna forma la exposición del problema de las personas y las personas que pueden hacer agencia para poder solucionar el problema a corto, mediano o largo plazo, ¿no?
De ahí el nombre que también decidimos ponerle al proyecto, ¿no? HidroRed, tejiendo redes por el agua, porque al final consideramos que muchas veces estas ideas o estas necesidades se quedan en comunidades, y de las comunidades a lo mucho intentan llegar a alguna institución pública, pero no existe este vaso comunicante para hacer realidad las cosas. Entonces, a partir de eso fue que, digamos, lo diseñamos como una red de esfuerzos, ¿no?
Más una cuestión.
Chicas, bueno, primero felicitaciones porque me parece súper chévere el proyecto. ¿Qué podrían mejorar de lo que ya hicieron? O sea, si en este momento ustedes pudieran replicar nuevamente el estudio, ¿qué cambiarían? ¿Qué mejorarían? ¿Qué quitarían?
Yo creo que 100% nosotros, por facilidades técnicas, trabajamos en lo que es Lima Sur, pero reconocemos que la problemática no solamente se abarca en Lima, que como área sobrepoblada tiene complicaciones para ese tipo de necesidades públicas, sino que, por ejemplo, en las zonas rurales del Perú no tenemos ese acceso. Conocemos que hay zonas en otros países también que existe la crisis hídrica. Entonces, creo que es una problemática que abarca muchos espacios y que para nosotras hubiera sido genial poder abarcar un área mucho mayor y poder conocer la realidad a una perspectiva aún mayor para poder generar insights mucho más valiosos.
Y aún tenemos tiempo, nos queremos proyectar. Sí. Entonces, cualquiera que esté interesado por aquí, estamos dispuestas.
Bueno, chicas, primero mis felicitaciones. Estoy muy orgullosa de ustedes. Pero además de, o sea, ustedes claramente han establecido todo lo que las motivó, lo que han contribuido digamos, cómo han contribuido con un grano de arena al desarrollo del Perú y de la sociedad y la sensibilización sobre el tema del agua. Entonces queda claro el propósito y cómo la investigación contribuye al bien. Quisiera retomar la pregunta de Joaquín e ir por el lado profesional. Ustedes además se fueron hasta Grecia. Sí. Así que me gustaría que cuenten eso, los aprendizajes, ya no del lado social, sino de ustedes como profesionales, como jóvenes investigadoras, sí, que se fueron hasta Grecia y que ahora se quieren ir a Praga.
Sí, parte del compromiso que teníamos con las comunidades en general con la investigación era compartir la realidad, ¿no? Entonces, el año pasado tuvimos la misión de llegar hasta Atenas y compartir qué es lo que estamos realizando con el proyecto, ¿no? En general, personalmente, creo que también Leila piensa lo mismo, ha sido un año entero de desarrollo en general. conversando con muchos de ustedes, aplicando a otros proyectos en general y a visión a futuro también, ¿no? No queremos quedarnos con Hilo Red aquí. Queremos explayarnos a más, ¿no? Porque sabemos sobre todo que la crisis es una crisis continua, es algo que va a seguir creciendo, no es algo que se va a quedar acá. Entonces, sabemos que el foco tiene para más aún.
Ahora, algo que añadir es claro, o sea, como experiencia personal de ambas, por lo que puedo decir, claro, compartir, tener espacios como estos para poder hablar con otras personas, entender esas otras visiones, incluso acoplar parte de estas metodologías dentro de nuevas formas de revisar nuevamente el tema, creo que ha sido algo que yo me llevo como muy fructífero de parte de toda esta experiencia, ¿no? Sí, eso principalmente.
Sí. Y conocerlos a todos ustedes también.
Ahí. Bueno, muchas gracias por todo.
Solamente queríamos hacer una pequeña petición. Nosotros, cuando mandamos nuestro video, realizamos un pequeño clip de todas las personas con las que habíamos conversado, diciendo una frase que es: el agua es vida, el agua es un derecho. Entonces, yo quería saber si yo podría grabarlos a todos ustedes diciendo esa frase en este momento.
Sí, ¿sí? Genial. Bueno, la frase va a ser: el agua es vida, el agua es un derecho.
El agua es un derecho.
Sí, a ver,
tú cuenta.
1, 2, 3. Gracias.
Ahí, ok. Bueno, muchas gracias a todos por vuestra participación. Me han hecho una vida muy, muy sencilla y muchas gracias a vosotros también.
Gracias.
Ok, gracias.
As we wrap up International Market Research Day 2025, we reflect on a day filled with inspiration, collaboration, and groundbreaking insights. We have crossed borders and connected cultures, united by our shared dedication to understanding and innovation. But the journey does not end here. To all the young researchers who joined today, you are the trailblazers of tomorrow. The questions you ask, the data you analyze, the insights you uncover, all have the capacity to drive real change. Remember the spark of curiosity that brought you here. Nurture it. Let it grow into a flame of passion that lights your way in this exciting field of market research. Whether you're just starting out or already forging your path, remember that every piece of data, every survey, every interview you conduct contributes to a larger picture. A picture of a more informed, inclusive, and compassionate world. Thank you for celebrating with us at IMRD 25. Continue to explore, to question, and to innovate. The future of market research relies on your fresh perspectives and bold ideas. Until next year, keep challenging limits, keep seeking answers, and most importantly, keep celebrating research. Together, we build a better tomorrow.